Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With Move Up, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders: regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use Move Up just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose Move Up? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
What if I come home and no one's through my front door? What if I come home and there's a mess everywhere? What if I come home and tears flood the floor?
No one understands the struggle and stress I shoulder. No one understands that I have the trials of someone much older.
No one understands why my homework's late, why my mascara's smudged, or why I'm not perfect.
No one understands why I can't have guests, why I miss school, or why I look like I need a rest.
No one likes a kid who's always behind. Nobody gets the effort needed to keep up. They mock and scorn with ignorance in their minds.
Everyone looks down on me. They think I'm quite odd. But in fairness, me crying is all they see.
But everyone really should look up to me. Having responsibilities bigger than imagined, not knowing my cared one is my priority.
Patience. If you give me the chance to say, patience is all I crave, and you'll come to understand that my pain is every day.
It's not my fault that I am left out the group and that I always worry. No one knows the struggle and stress that we all carry.
The Swindon Carers Centre, we're here to support young carers to carry the weight of their caring role.
Someone is there for us to speak to. Someone understands what we all go through. To everyone at Swindon Carers, thank you.
Okay, good morning everyone. I hope everybody's had a restful sleep, if that is the kind of thing you've been doing in your time zone. I know I had a nice little 4-hour power nap to get me back up to speed there. How are you doing, Charles?
I'm good, Tom. It's a lovely 5 a.m. where I am, so it's great. I hope you're. I hope the. It looks like from what I'm seeing on the results, we had a pretty significant night stint at LeMans. There's a lot of some changes and some that are staying pretty well static. So I think we should go back and look through the results and see what we see. I will say that there was a change. It looks like that Freedom Maple Syrup had an issue overnight, so they're now 5 laps down. So Indy Autosport White is in first place. Fuga Sim Sport is in second. Freedom Maple Syrup, as I said, was third. Name Here Racing is on the same lap, 5 laps down, in fourth. MJR Racing Team and Garage 69 round out the LMP1 class. In LMP2, Give Me My Fishback Racing is sitting at P1. They are 2 laps ahead of Leo Racing Team, who's in P2. TC Corsa Esport is in P3. Aquiver Motorsports in 4th. Venom Endurance in 5. Then we have Stage 1, FFW Kislinko, Shawshank, Freaky Fast Racing, Quality Control Racing, Ronin Sim Sport, Bushfink Racing, Reaper Racing, Indiana Sport Red, and Turn 1 Pro are all still running. They are somewhere between 2 to 13 laps down to the LMP2 leader.
Yeah, so it's going at the moment. Oh, sorry, Charles. So at the moment, Give Me My Fishback Racing being 22 laps down from the overall leader, Indy Autosport White. So obviously the leading car for the LMP2s, but Leo Racing Team in P2, a whole 2 laps down from Give Me My Fishback Racing, which is pretty significant considering their qualifying time was within 700ths of each other.
Wow. In the GTE class, Team Bushfink Racing is in P1. Porsche Sport has climbed their way up to P2. They are a lap down to the class leader. Juncos Racing Esports is 2 laps down to leader in P3. In race, Hexa Racing Team Purple, Team Slow Pace, Century Sim Racing, and Bro Sim Racing. And then we have Ronin Sim Sport and 24H Moglinger, I think, make up the top 10 for the GTE class. So that's 24H is 10 laps down to the class leader. So as usual, when you do the night run at Le Mans, you end up having issues with some cars because the night time is the right time for wrecks.
Yeah, so I mean, there's obviously been.
So we're just going to settle in and get you back in to watch action.
Yeah, so I mean, I think there's been a lot of changes, but Team Bushfink in GTE and Give Me My Fishback in LMP2, they've both managed to kind of retain their lead, clearly through keeping their noses clean throughout the evening and just really settling down and trying to keep it clean. I'm really not too certain on what happened to Freedom, so maybe it'd be a good idea to get something from them on that. But I would imagine it would be pretty significant to put them 5 laps down from their original position.
Yes, I think you're right, and I think the same thing could be said for Indy Autosport White in the LMP1 class. Is they were at one point, fighting to stay on the lead lap against Freedom Maple Syrup. And they just managed to keep their car clean, keep it, make safe passes. And just from looking at the replay, their car looks really clean, really good. And they're churning out laps. So I think that's one of the reasons that they're up in the lead.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just trying to find them on the stream for us. Let's see what we can find. Here we go. So, of course, it's Lockie Brown driving at the moment for Indy Autosport White. Let's have a see if we've got what kind of lap times we're currently posting. So at the moment, they're hovering around the 3:17, 3:16 mark. Pretty consistent and average laps for the LMP1. Nothing to write home about, but I imagine at this point we're just keeping it going. Just trying to nurse it through as we're only 4 hours and 40 minutes left of the session. It is beginning to draw to its end. However, I would expect to see a little bit more action in the coming laps. Just taking a look now at P2, Fuga Simsport, they do appear to be doing more consistent and quicker laps, looking down at the low 316s. So they will be gaining about a second a lap, which will bring them into contestant for the lead within 40 laps. That is, of course, as long as Lockie doesn't respond with that.
Right, and 40 laps, we're at 4.5 hours in, so I can definitely see them doing 40 laps in the next 2.5 to 3 hours, I think, just based on quick math in my head.
Yeah, so I'm looking at my race laps now, and it's estimating 431 laps in the entire race. Now, that's probably a bit optimistic, but we're currently on lap 342, so there's definitely at least, I'd say, 60 laps remaining in this race.
Okay, there we go. So I will go and go to the LMP2 class, and the last lap for Give Me My Fishback Racing. Josh Ladd driving the car was a 330.5. And just to tell you, they ran a 330.2 in qualifying. So Give Me My Fishback Racing are still running pretty hot laps, and they're in this, however many laps they are so far in the race. I forget what you said, but so they're still driving really well and really consistently.
Yeah, so Give Me My Fishback are on lap 320. And I'm just looking back. Josh Ladd is currently in the car, getting in at lap 307. Looking into it, he set some pretty blistering times in his stint so far. We're looking at a few 329s. The fastest to me, just checking over them, appears to be a 329.7, which is 329.65, which is pretty blistering pace at this point in the race. Obviously faster than the qualifying time that these guys posted.
Right, yeah, 19 and a half hours into a race, and they're setting quality pace, or faster than quality pace. That's pretty impressive.
Definitely, I'm just looking now, and they are coming up to lap Shawshank again. This would put the Shawshank 6 laps down. However, we just got a nice little LMP1 there, just getting his nose into the fight, just to continue on his way. Hopefully cleanly. Here, it's an interesting point here, as we can see, because of the outright speed of the LMP2, LMP1 is really not pulling away on the straights as you'd expect it to be. However, as we see here coming out of Indianapolis, it does just walk away. Really kind of showing the power these LMP2s have as opposed to the kind of low-end torque of the LMP1s, which again is just, it's almost as if the LMP2s are standing still at this point.
Right. So we go further down the order, we'll look at our leader for GTE class, Team Bushfink Racing. Daniel Page is driving currently. His last lap was a 351.6. Their qualifying time was a 349.0. So still running pretty hot laps. Like I said, we're 19 and a half hours into a 24-hour race. So if you're within 2 seconds of your quality time, that's really good, actually.
Definitely
considering all the nicks and bumps these cars have taken during the course of the night.
Definitely, and you have to consider the kind of rubbering on and the marbling of the track at the moment. It's an absolute waste ground with rubbering all around the corners. Just taking a look as well, Team Bushfink setting the fastest lap of the race in the GTE, a 3:45.3, which was set around lap 209, so just shy of 90 laps ago at this point. But that's pretty impressive pace there from Carter Hutchison.
So, shout out some of the people that are in the YouTube chat. Porsche Sport, who's seemingly been here the entire time, so we thank you for that. Carl Sharkey's in the car. He did a last lap of 351.8, and their quality time was a 350 flat. So still running really good laps. And it's nice to see that EVP, Axle Racing, E-Games Axle Racing in the chat says that they're back out on the track, and they are indeed. They're they're a lot of laps down, but they're still out there turning laps. Gerard Banach in the car with the last lap of 3:51.7. So they're out there. Hey, they're out there making laps, getting the experience of driving in a 24-hour race. So we're happy that they're out there.
Yeah, it's always good to. It's always really impressive, and I have a lot of respect for teams that can just keep going throughout these laps. Over 150 laps down at this point, but just carrying on. It's kind of really what I think the game is about at this point, having a bit of fun and racing, but just carrying on when the odds are against you. Because it's there's not to say there could still be points on offer for this team, providing that they keep it clean, and if there are incidents ahead, which there very well could be with 4.5 hours remaining, it's not out of the question by any means.
Indeed. Yeah, this is. I mean, these races are for people who love racing. They're you don't go into a 24-hour race and say, yeah, okay, we're out here running for some prize or something like that, and that's nice to have. But a lot of times it's just running. We're out here running for the experience of running a 24-hour race together as a team. So you get the experience of day night and not driving against other competitors of different skill levels. So it's an experience that's fun, and yet it's educational for your racing career to get out here and mix it up over a 24-hour time frame.
Definitely, I think it's just it's all the camaraderie, really, isn't it? Everyone kind of banding together and just getting on with it, which is brilliant to see.
It's almost like hosting one of these events.
So, I've seen from Porsche Sport that Luke is happy to chat with an interview, and I've noticed he is in the driver interview waiting room, so maybe we could pull him in and just get his opinion on what's happening with the GTE battle, as it does appear they are slowly closing in on the lead for GTE, which could be a very exciting race towards the end of this, towards the end of the race.
Absolutely.
I will just go and have a quick chat with him and make sure he is happy to do it.
So we'll take a look at the GTE battle, since we're going to have a guest in here.
Right, so with us now is the manager for Porsche Sport, Luke Holroyd. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, that's correct, Tom. Yeah, Holroyd.
Brilliant. So how are you finding things? How do you think things are going so far?
It's been good. It's been a long night. I think we all expected it to be, and it's been really entertaining. The GTE. All credit to Team Bushfink. They seem to they've just had the pace all race. All the drivers have put in perfect stints, and we're currently a lap down on them. But the second, third, and fourth, we've had some great battles. Junkos Racing, I think you pronounce it like that. We had a great battle through the night with them. Also, Pro Sim Racing GT at the start, and Ronin Sim Sport, I think, had an incident during the night. But that second and third place has swapped around so many times. It's been brilliant just to watch from a manager's perspective.
Yeah, it's just from going back to the to our preseason race. Porsche Sport started. They weren't the fastest car at on quali pace, but they just stuck with it. And at the end of the race, they were up toward the front. It looks like you've done the same thing with this race over 24 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many of the teams took part in that. We were lucky enough to get the win in the pre-race, but yeah, I think some of his drivers there's more pace in them, but we're going for the longer stints, and trying to stretch it out as far as possible with the fuel. So probably not pushing the car as maybe some of the others around us, and you never kind of know if that pays off until the last hour. Really, it's about staying out of trouble and see if we make it up on doing the longer stints. And like I said, we're probably not going to find out until the closing hour, which was the same in the pre-race. So it's just about surviving really for the first at least 22 hours, and then see where we're at. And luckily P2 at the minute, so it's not been too bad at all.
Yeah. So I'm a little bit deficient on some of my stats here, but can you give me an idea of how far behind you are, P1?
So I think we're a lap on paper. We're a lap down. But from what I can see, they're running 14 laps every stint, and we're running 15 laps of fuel. But obviously they've got much faster pace than us. To try and guess it, I've no idea. I think, barring any incidents which we wouldn't want to happen, I think they've probably got it in the bag. And P2 could still be up for grabs for the guys behind us. It all depends on strategy, and I think going into that last hour, if there's drivers and teams that need to do a quick fuel dash, that could play a massive part. And we've kind of a few hours off yet, so we'll see where we are in a couple of hours from that. But in terms of the drivers, thankfully I haven't had to put in any stints, so I've just been able to do a bit of spotting and help the guys with strategy. But we've had Josh Cam and Ryan Parkins in the car, have been flying, and Austin Greater is just about to get into the car, take over from Carl Sharkey, and we also had Paul Rieger during the night, who did the graveyard shifts and put some time in during the night. So they've all been brilliant. We've had a few incidents where we've gone into the gravel, but we've kept it out of the wall, and we've done all right with the traffic. It's multi-class racing, and I know you guys in race control have had a lot to deal with, but I think that just comes with multi-class racing, and I think the guys running the league have done a brilliant job so far.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I know Tom would be glad to hear that also. So hey, we appreciate your time. Thanks for coming in and talking with us, and we're really looking forward to the last stint of this race and see where everything shakes out.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the commentary as well. If I could just quickly shout out Midas Simulation, Strasser, Smoking Steel Garage, and Shark E-Bikes, who are all some of our sponsors on the car as well. Thanks to them.
Yeah. You got to get the sponsors paid, right? Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you. We appreciate it.
No problem.
That was Luke Holroyd with Porsche Sport. Come in and talk to us a little bit. And so we'll keep an eye on this. It sounds like the GTE battle is not quite over yet for the top 3 spots. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that and see where things shakes out.
I think that's definitely going to be the thing to do. It is heating up again. I think especially what Luke said. The last 2 hours of this race are really getting where it's at. We're going to be seeing, I would imagine, a few more incidents, but a lot more fast laps being put down as well. So it's going to be a very busy one in race control as well as on the broadcast, I would assume.
Yeah, I think so. And so we see Porsche Sport now currently in the pits. So getting their fuel, and Austin Gretorix is in the car now. So I don't know that a 4.5 hour stint is in the works, but can't see that it would be, but we'll see how long he stays in the car, see what kind of laps he's going to run.
Yeah, I've just been having a look actually, and it looks like he's had some really good kind of pace recently throughout the night. Pretty consistent 349s in his last stint, so that could be enough to kind of close the gap. As we've said, there is definitely enough time here if you've got the pace to make up a lap or two, so it is still to play for. It really just does depend on how Bush think can respond. Looking at them now, they appear to be setting an average kind of lap time of around the 3:51 mark. So compared to the potential push spot, there could be 1 to 1.5 seconds a lap difference there. So that could be a very lively battle coming in.
So looking at the gaps in the overall lead, Indiana Sport White and Fuga, the gap's now 40.5. It looks like that gap is starting to drop a little. Free Maple Syrup still third. Looks like Intername here Racing has lost another lap to the leader over the course of our conversation.
I think I'm just looking at the lap times now. The problem we're having with Indy Autosport White is that the lap times, although they can be very quick, I'm wondering if traffic is maybe a problem because the consistency appears to be down there at the moment with the occasional 3 minute 19 popping up, which is quite a bit off pace for these LMP1 cars to be pulling. I wonder if maybe there is a little bit of damage to the car or something as well. But behind them, Fuga Simsport putting in a pretty, a pretty consistent 316, 317. So it's that could also be another one to watch. Just looking through now, Fuga have just darted into the pits for what I assume is a quick driver swap. Yep. So now we have Patrick Pelchat in the car. He is taking out Ruslan, and I'm afraid to say his surname because I will butcher it. But that was, I'm just looking now, that is a big stint there from Ruslan, who started on lap 303 and got out on this lap 347. So that's a pretty sizable stint that the guys can.
That really is. That's probably 4 fuel runs, I think. So I think the LMPs are running 11 or 12 laps per fuel stint. Is that right?
I believe it's around 11 laps. Yes.
Yeah. So, so that's 4 stints. He probably, my guess would be they double stinted tires at least one time during the course of that.
I would be, well, it probably is a possibility, but at the moment the track temperature is up at 34 degrees Celsius, a pretty, tropical temperature considering it's 11 o'clock in the morning in game at the moment, which is roughly the same as GMT at the moment. It's a very high track temperature. That is going to really start causing some grip issues for the cars, as well as eating through the tires. So I imagine there could be a little bit of a strategy changing, as the temperature could be increasing and decreasing due to the clouds.
Right. So just kind of looking and let's see. So it's difficult to tell with my timing screen here. So it looks like I'm sorry. I don't even know. So I was going to say. So I was going to zero in on the LMP2 leader.
Give them their fish back. Let's see how they're doing. Yeah.
So last lap was a 3:31 dead. Their quality of time was a 3:30.2. So running some pretty good times. Yeah, and the thing about this is when we talk about gaps that either extend and shrink over the course of the night. I think we talked about this yesterday. It just a lot of times it depends on where you catch traffic. Once you start getting involved with that, there are some places where passing a car is extremely easy at Le Mans, and there are some places that you really have to use kid gloves. You have to be very careful to make sure that you give the other car ample space to race.
Which we've just seen
the same thing.
Perfect. We've just seen a perfect example of that on screen from Giving My Fish Back.
Right.
With I believe that was EVP behind them. Yeah, EVP behind them, who were just really showing each other the respect that they need to get a nice move done there.
Yeah, absolutely. And so there, like I said, there are places that you can pass and places that you have to be very careful. I know we saw some incidents over the course of the night, especially in probably the hardest spot on the track to do passing is in the Porsche curbs. And there have been a lot of incidents involved in that area where cars are not being as either having issues maintaining control at speed, especially with other cars moving around them, and just not necessarily giving each other the proper respect they need when they're going through there. So that's been the sore spot as usual for Le Mans. It seems like Le Mans, that's generally where you're going to see a lot of multi-class mayhem.
Definitely. The thing you have to remember about the Porsche is it's just after this huge straight kind of thing, coming up from Indianapolis, all the way to Indianapolis from the Mulsanne, and then another large straight, I forget its name now, leading up to the Porsche curves. So at that point, everybody is just slowly gaining on people. The LMP1 and LMP2s will be gaining on the GTEs, and they'll all kind of catch up with each other at these curves, as the GTEs and LMP2s have to take it slower than the LMP1s everybody just kind of concertinas a little bit, causing a lot of the issues. Another issue we're having with there is, of course, the rubbering on the track. I've seen quite a few cars just losing the rear end and hitting the grass, and as a lot of people know, the iRacing grass is horrendously slippy,
Yes.
causing quite a few incidents. It's honestly worse than ice at this point, so that's caused a lot of the incidents that we've seen. But I think the best thing to do at this point is just to really kind of knuckle down and try and be as safe as possible for teams, especially the LMP2 and LMP1s when passing the slower cars.
So we did see in the chat that EVP's driver Gerard, when they get out, would be willing to do an interview. So we may grab them and pull them in and have a talk and kind of get a feel for what it's like to drive multiple laps down and just go out here and just maintain. So that'd be an interesting interview, I think. I'm sitting here. I've pulled up EDP's car now, and it looks very clean. So it looks like they've managed to repair any issues they may have had over the course of the night. So they're just like I said, getting the experience and making the laps.
Definitely, and at that point they will be beginning to close down back on the GTE fields for position. Of course, they are currently behind the GTEs, but there are a few teams ahead of them which are also quite a few laps down. So there's definite room to do there. And of course, being in the car, they have actually just taken a place from Banzu RX Flo, who unfortunately have retired from the race. But if they had not, if EBB hadn't got into the car at this point, they probably would be a place down.
Right. It'd be interesting, Tom, can you see anybody in Freedom Maple Syrups in their chat? I'd like to find out, since we weren't here, I'd like to find out what happened over the course of the night that put them 5 laps down.
It looks like a few of them are there. Let me just go and see if we could potentially hear from either Craig or Reggie, as Alex appears to be in the car. Drop in their race chat. Here's Craig is good for an interview.
Okay.
Wow. I was just going to type to him, say if you join the waiting room, we'll pull you in, but he's already there. That's some
awesome
stand-up stuff. I'll just have a quick chat with him and let him know. I'll break him down.
Okay, sounds good.
Cool.
So we'll be talking with Craig King of Freedom Maple Syrup here in just a minute. Find out how their night went. Does that look good? So we'll give him a chat and see what happened.
Okay, here we've got Craig King from Freedom Maple Syrup. Craig, how are you doing?
I'm better than I thought I would be, being I've only had 5 hours of sleep. I left the car at 1:40 a.m. GMT and woke up at 7 a.m. to get ready for an 8 o'clock stint. So I'm doing okay for what it is, but I'm used to the early mornings, I guess.
Hey, Craig. This is Charles. It's good to talk with you. So when I went to sleep somewhere around 22:30 GMT last night, you guys were in the lead, and I get up and at 4 a.m. my time to come in and do the broadcast, and you guys are 5 laps down. So what happened overnight?
Well, I was also asleep, and I got back and discovered we were P4, P5. Reggie unfortunately came out the pits, got to the Essence de Terre Rouge, and on cold tyres just clipped the inside curve, and on cold tyres it does not like it, and it just kicked the car up, threw it around. 15 minutes of repairs. The car's fine now, as it is with the LMP ones. If you don't get suspension damage, anything apart from floor damage can be fixed. So unfortunately it took us out of contention for the victory at the moment. Touch wood, I don't really want anything to happen for the leaders, but we're sitting P3, so we'll be happy with a podium at the moment for the championship.
Yeah, that's the Tetra Rouge is a very tricky area of the track to navigate even by yourself. This when you get multi-class racing out there, it becomes even that much more difficult to navigate through. So yeah, I feel your pain. I think I've lost my car there more than once over the course of my iRacing career.
Yeah, you see a lot of cars doing that. To be fair, even not just in a prototype, GT cars, you name it. I think even Skip Barber's would do the same thing. It's just a tricky section. It's the way the curbs are around this place because they're put in onto asphalt. They're not permanent in some of the places. So you started them, you do get that bump. So you've got to be careful. So it happens to the best
Absolutely.
Of them.
Well, I hate to hear it because we want all the cars to do well, but we're glad you're still out there running, and you never know what happens. You still got about 4 hours left in the race, so stranger things have happened over the course of time. I think we've seen that in real racing as well as iRacing.
It's turned into an IELMS right now, so everyone's just used to it right now. So it's basically just a normal. Oh, I think Alexander just had a slowdown. No, he hasn't. We're fine. You can never tell, but yeah, no, it's one of those things. It's one of those things. Like I said, it's 4 hours to go. We're in IELMS VRS territory right now, so everyone's used to it. But just waking up now, everyone's just waking up, and now comes the time where they've just got to get the car home.
That's it. Tom, are you still there?
Sorry, yes, I am still here. Just trying to stay awake at this point. It's been a bit of a long night, as I'm sure Craig will kind of testify to at this point. But yeah, it's been really great to hear from you, Craig.
Well, he may be dealing with more things than once.
Definitely. But yeah, it's been really great to hear from you, Craig, and I wish you the absolute best of luck for the rest of this race, and hope you guys can pull the podium.
Yeah, and you guys just keep going. Remember, I've been there before, commentating for 24 hours. It's never easy, so keep the faith and keep hydrated. Keep hydrated.
Absolutely. Is it too early for beer? I'm just kind of wondering. It's 5:30. Is that too early for beer?
Look, it's 7 p.m. somewhere in the world.
That's true. Thanks, Craig. Appreciate your time.
All the best, guys. Take care.
All right.
Definitely a shame to hear about Freedom there, losing it on Tetra Rouge, which I'll have to admit, on many of my 24-hour races at Le Mans, I say many, meaning as if it sounds like more than one, which unfortunately is. I have blown up many engines from just ever so slightly hitting the curb around that part of the course. It gets so tight, as was said, and if you hit one of those curbs, that is it. You've lost the car, and it really is just, you are a passenger at that point. There is no going back from it.
Yeah, it's funny how once the wheels leave the ground, that you can't really control the car at that point. So, I'm sure there's some physics involved in that, but so yeah, I think anybody who's driven this track has encountered those curbs on the inside over the course of their iRacing career, and that's really the I think the point on the track where you have to be not perfect, but you have to be pretty close to perfect when you make that turn. You have to be very precise. There's a lot of room for error on this track. It's a very wide track. Lots of slowdowns that you can take without hurting the car. But that one is not one. That's one that you have to have a pretty precise line going through it.
Definitely, and it can really be, you can be really kind of upset on the car if there's a car in front of you. You may be losing a little bit on the aero there, and that's just really slowing you. Well, not just slowing you down, but reducing the grip you've got, and that's caught me out on multiple occasions. Just keeping an eye out now as Freedom appears to be coming up on the back of a few slower cars. Just looking as well, it appears lap time wise, they are pulling some pretty quick laps, probably the fastest laps we're seeing at the moment in the LMP1 class, around the 3:16 mark, which is a perfectly respectable lap time in this car.
Absolutely.
So they are definitely not out for the count. Just trying to take a look here at Entoname Racing behind, just to see how they're performing, as they are, only one lap down from them. So we've got Hayden Millington at the moment in the car for Entoname Racing. Appears to be having a few issues with, I would assume, traffic. Just looking at his lap times, they appear to be kind of going, hovering around the 3:18 mark, and then occasionally spiking up to the north of 3:20, which is most likely them just keeping it nice and safe, and just keeping it in the race at this point. We're nearly 20 hours into this race, and it only takes a little bit of a mistake from either yourself or the car ahead to ruin a race. And although penalties will be given out to that is no real consolation to you if your race is ruined, is it?
That's absolutely correct. I did notice that looking on my screen that I did see Indy Autosport probably about 5 seconds in front of them. So they're 6 laps down, but they're just on the edge of that 6 laps. So either they just got lapped, or they are trying to. My guess is they just got lapped again for that 6 laps down.
Yeah, looking at their lap times, I would imagine they have been lapped again. But just keep it. I've been watching their onboard for a while, and it's just a real kind of clean and methodical work that they're putting in at the moment, going into the Porsche curves. Just cautious. Yeah, nice, keeping it nicely kind of behind the Corvette in front. Let's see if we can get this up on stream at this point. That's really what we want to be seeing there. As as we've been saying, the Porsche Cup's really the site of a lot of horrific incidents that can happen in iRacing, and they're just keeping it nice and clean, maybe losing a few seconds per lap, but ultimately gaining time, as a little tap there could ruin a race, or cause definitely at least 15 minutes of damage.
Right. Yeah, that's their last lap. Well, they're coming up to finish this lap, so we'll see what their lap time is for Entoname Racing. And it was a 3:24.3. So he did some work through traffic. Probably cost him a few seconds. But if you're running 3:20s and the quality time's a 3:15, as long as you keep doing that consistently, you'll be up near the front at the end of the race. As long as you're barring any mechanical issues, and it doesn't look like they've had to encounter any of those.
Definitely.
So,
and if you think about it from their perspective as well, we're currently 4 hours remaining, obviously, so there's there's still time for mistakes to be made by the kind of top 3. So the podium is not out of the question for Entoname Racing here. All they have to do really is just keep it clean, and hopefully from their perspective a few things doors will open, and they'll be able to gain a few more places, which you can't really you can't call. If you'd asked me this time last night what my expectations were, I would have said Freedom we're probably going to win. But here they are, 5 laps down, so it's never too early to call. Too late.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
That's right. And I'm still watching Entoname here. I did see Freedom in the background, so Freedom is making up time on them to lap them. It looks like he's about 6 to 7 seconds behind. Going down into Mulsanne 2 is what I'm looking at currently.
Yes. So I don't know if they've obviously been listening to us or something, but Alex Davidson is now putting in some pretty consistent 3:15s, which is about 3 seconds a lap quicker than the car ahead of them. Now, is it a little bit too late for that? It's of course way too early to be saying, but 3 seconds a lap, and we reckon there's maybe 60, 70 laps remaining. That could put them right in contention at the end, as that's around. I'm not even going to try and guess the maths on that one. That's far up, but that's about a few. That's a few laps difference, really, isn't it?
Yeah,
maybe
it really
not
is.
enough, but it could be good. We'll have to see how that goes.
Yep. And once again, you never know what's going to happen with traffic. So you just kind of basically at this point you're just running your race and letting everything fall where it may. So it's so a podium is not out of the question. A move up is not out of the question. Move down is not out of the question. So it's still all about running your laps and keeping yourself out of trouble.
Definitely. Let's have a little.
So
I think we'll have a little check in there with the LMP2 leaders, giving my fish back as well, as they've been just keeping the lap times nice and consistent there. Let's just see what we've got. Again, some pretty good lap times, 3:33s, average I would say of a 3:30 at the moment from Josh Ladd. Appears to have just pitted as well, just confirming that. Yeah, so pitted about 2 laps ago for a 65-second stop. So definitely a potential there for some tyres to have gone on and giving them a nice fresh pair to kind of extend their own lead.
Yeah, indeed. I'm sitting here watching him as he's going through Indianapolis down to Tournage. Past 2 Porsches on the way in. Everything was nice and clean. They gave him plenty of room. They're just trying to keep themselves out of further trouble. So I think that it looks as if the racing has settled in, and everybody is being respectful of each other, just not wanting to end their night 4 hours early. So they just want to keep the car clean and bring the car home in one piece, because a lot of times, whether you finish first or last, if you finish and you've done 24 hours, finishing is a victory in itself. It's hey, we went through a 24-hour race and we had problems, but we stuck it out and we finished. And sometimes that's a victory all on its own.
Yeah, it definitely depends on, I'd be very happy. I'm always happy to finish a 24-hour race pretty cleanly. That is the ultimate goal. I'm just noticing now as well, it looks like we have a Corvette facing the wrong way on the entry start.
That was one of the DHR cars. Oh. I noticed that also, as Giving My Fish Back had went past them at the start-finish line.
Just see if we can get some information here. It looks like they may have just taken a little bit too much of the curb on the final chicane and just clipping the sand on the start straight, but keeping it nice and smart and just waiting for all the cars to pass them by, which is really the best thing to do at this point, because again, you could be landing a pretty significant penalty for moving while stopped, as well as, if you get some damage there, that's your race pretty much over at this point.
Yep, indeed. It's and we've seen that over the course of the night, where you have a wreck, or you have an off track or a spin, and then you make things worse for yourself by doing something, by adding on to that by either an unsafe re-entry or trying to get yourself righted and not paying attention to your relative, which is always that has to be, even on a large track like this, has to be paramount in your mind, is always to be paying attention to what's around you, and not causing damage for other cars.
Yeah, I think definitely, especially in these multi-class races. I know from my own experience doing these 6-hour races, that the official 6 hours that iRacing holds. If you've gone a small little spin and you want to get back on the track, there can be a big incentive to just get back on as quick as possible. But it's always the better thing to do to just wait and kind of think for yourself, hang on, am I going to lose more time doing this and cause issues? Which I think a lot of people are starting to do now, and it's definitely working out. Again, as we see on the stream here, Enter Name here Racing, just taking it nice and slowly, working methodically through the chicanes, just to ensure that they're staying nice and clean now that Freedom Maple Syrup is now right on their tail to help extend that gap they have in P3 to P4.
Yep, as they're working their way through and there they come through Tete Rouge and on to Mulsanne, and yep, I see Freedom Maple Syrup right behind them. So it was a 3:22.8 for Enter Name here Racing last lap versus a 3:16.2 for Freedom. So Freedom's still cranking out some very quick lap times.
Definitely. I mean, I've driven with quite a few of the Freedom guys before, done a few bit of spotting for them, and the pace that they can show is frankly pretty frightening, to be honest, especially in this LMP1 car. I don't know, for example, Reggie, whenever I see him on track, it is in an LMP1 car. The guy appears to only drive them, and it definitely shows, because they're just in an absolute class of their own when it comes to ability and lap times. Just watching here now, it looks like there is a little bit of a car in between Anthony as they go for the dive in, just keeping it clean there.
Yep.
Almost contact there with the TC Course Esports. I wonder how they're going to react to that, if that is a clean pass or not there. I would initially imagine it is. Just looking back, everything looked pretty okay there, and everybody managed to keep their cool. Looks like we've had a little blink there from Freedom Maple, as they're struggling to get by Entename here, who I will imagine be wanting to probably let them by pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think the race is not on the track. I think the race is overall time, so there's no sense in trying to hold them back. And I went back and looked at that, and that was a very close pass, but it was a clean pass. So I think there should be okay there. Freedom did have the inside on the TC Corsa car, and had the inside line, so was able to work their way through without any issues.
Definitely, and I think obviously Freedom is now in front of Entename and managed to take the outside on the way up into Indianapolis, pretty promptly dispatching Entename here, who I wonder if they're going to try and stick with Freedom just to get the toe, and try and crank out some faster lap times, but we'll
and maybe do a little fuel saving also, so maybe can extend their stint by a lap by kind of just riding behind Freedom.
Definitely, I think there's a good possibility of that happening. They're staying very close at the moment, within 1 second of each other. At the moment, it's 0.5, 0.4 going into the chicanes. Definitely giving enough room to each other to just kind of allow each other to do what they want to do. But again, staying pretty close.
Yeah, I know we're talking with Josh yesterday. I got my first experience in the LMP1 this week, just doing some practice laps at Spa, and the boost on these LMP1 cars is absolutely insane. How much speed they can generate in a short distance.
That's exactly where the power comes from in those cars. There's that is the whole point of them. That boost. They are without it. They're
system.
But
without it, they're
boost,
just another LMP2
nothing.
car.
Entename here racing, just going a little bit wide there, losing the toe from Freedom.
Just kind of hanging behind the LMP2 car of Shawshank. Oh, very, very tight on that move back over to the left, but clean. Did a lot like that Shawshank had. And Shawshank loses it in that chicane. So they're going to have to work their way back around. Looks like they've got nothing coming behind them. So spin it back the right direction and move back on. Shawshank has a company behind them in the Team Bushfink LMP2 car. And behind them is Fuga Sim Sport. So Fuga is who did a 3:17.9 the last lap, is closing in on Intername here and Freedom as well. So looks like Fuga is trying to come around to get one or both of those cars another lap between them.
Yeah, it looks like at the moment Fuga is staying around the 40-second mark from Indy Autosport White. The P1 and P2 runners are for our LMP1 class, so that could be a pretty lively battle at the end, as I believe both teams easily capable of putting some pretty impressive lap times. So maybe we'll see some interesting racing in the closing hours. Unfortunately, though, I am going to have to quickly nip out just to check in on some things, so I will be momentarily away. I will leave all in the loving hands of Charles.
Yep, I think we're going to focus on the most exciting parts of the race, if you don't mind there, Tom, before you step out, and we'll just kind of keep an eye on what's going on.
Yeah, that is all set up. I will be moments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And so we'll just kind of keep an eye on the multi-class battles are going on track. I'm looking currently at Team Bushfink LMP2 making his way through some GTE traffic, coming down to the Porsche curves. Looks like Shawshank's also trying to work around a Porsche. Everybody giving each other plenty of room, so that's nice to see. So we're just kind of bouncing around through things. It doesn't look like there are any on-track battles for position, so it's basically just cars making laps, just trying to keep themselves out of trouble for the end of the race. Looking down the running order, I can see that Junkos Racing and Hexa Racing are on the same lap down. I cannot tell where they are in relationship to each other on the track. Let's see. Junkos is heading down Mulsanne into the Mulsanne chicane number 2. And Hexa is just in front of them, going to Mulder and down the straight to Indianapolis. So it looks like that Junkos is actually trying to add a lap gap between themselves and Hexa. So there is a good battle that we're going to get when Tom comes back, since he has technical control of our broadcast server. We'll get him to focus in on for a few minutes. We've got 3 cars in the GTE class that are within 3 to 4 seconds of each other, so we might take a look at that. Otherwise, we'll just kind of keep an eye out and see if we see anything that shows up on the screen. So we had EVP took a wide line through the Ford chicane. It looked like they slowed down, but I didn't see what happened after that. So keep an eye on them and see what's going on. Yeah, EVP definitely slow coming down the front straight.
Hello, I am back.
Hello.
How are we doing?
So I'm looking at EVP. Looks like they had an issue, just really slow coming through the Ford chicane. Very slow coming up the main straight. Looks like they've back under power. So maybe just wanted to get rid of some of the traffic they had around them. So just kind of taking their time, working their way through.
Yeah.
But there is something I want to look at. There is a battle for position, believe it or not, after 20 hours of racing. So if you go look at the Next Level Racing by SJS Esports number 2 car, they are about 2 to 3 seconds ahead of 24H Muglinger, and they are about 2 to 3 seconds ahead of SSCR or SCCR by Delta Sport. So that is a battle on track for position that's actually fairly close.
Just see if I can find that. Oh
Now,
wow, yes,
albeit
that is really close there.
Yeah.
Let's just see what
So
we can get there.
They're all 57 laps down to the leader, and they are 11 laps down to the class leader, but it is still a battle for position. So so it might be some interesting racing to watch for the next few minutes. Simon Van Dijk in the next level car.
I can see there they're giving my fishback racing, just going by the 24-hour Moglinger car. But again, like you said, that is 3 cars battling for position within about, what can we say?
5 seconds total?
Yeah, I think it is. So I'm looking now. Craig Jones in SCCR is 3 seconds away from Simon Van Dijk in P10. So that is insane to be thinking these guys are so close. They're about 1.5 seconds away from each other. So,
yeah, and P10 is points position, correct, for the class?
Yep, P10 is the first of the points, as well as the kind of opener for the incident. So if any of these guys are running low on the incidents, they are going to want to be in that P10 position.
Let's keep an eye on this battle and see where it takes us for a few minutes. So, and see if we're seeing, let's see, so Simon Van Dijk in the next level racing car, last lap was a 3:57 dead. Tobias Bleach in the Muglinger car was a 3:55 dead, so he's definitely making up ground. And then SCCR Craig Jones ran a 3:54.9. So these cars will be coming together quite soon, I believe.
Definitely. It looks at the moment they're maintaining their gap. I'm just checking now. It looks like Craig Jones is probably going to be coming in for a pit in the next few laps. Last pitting on lap 288. They're currently on lap 100, so that's 12 laps on this car at the moment. However, I would be just looking at their stints and what the strategy appears to be. He could be coming out of the car as well. But you never know. Things obviously do change, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. I think the battle really will be between Tobias and Simon, who at the moment are separated by about a second. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a closer look there.
Yep, and they are
24, just missing the second chicane there, having to go through Bollards. That is bringing SCCR right back into contention as they're right behind them, going for the move, not quite being able to make it, so taking it back into the draft. With an LMP2 coming in as well, all managed to stay clean. We've now got SCCR on the right-hand side of 24-hour, making the move and appearing to just ever so slightly having the legs on them. Now pulling ahead. We'll have to see how braking goes.
Yep.
Brilliant braking there, and a lot of respect for each other. That is SCCR in front now, full position, bring them to P11, and closing the gap ahead to Simon, which is now 2.5 seconds.
Right, and now and also along this, you got LMP2 traffic that are trying to work their way through. So that makes it even that much more difficult when you're trying to race, when you're trying to battle for position, and then you've got cars that are laps ahead of you that are much faster than you trying to work their way through. It makes it even that much more difficult to battle.
It definitely does. It looks like Tobias is trying to come back around to pull a move, but it is slowly blocked. And lock up by there by Craig, who has been forced wide. The cars are now next to each other,
side by side,
with a potential. They look exactly matched here. It looks like Tobias is just going to be coming back into that draft. Look how close they are there. That is less than a foot apart from each other. Tobias coming back out onto the right-hand side to try and take it on the inside into the Porsche. He has made it. He is ahead of Craig. Nicely pulled off there, and definitely a demonstration of how big he is in the pants department.
Yeah, absolutely. So
they are some balls of steel being demonstrated there.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to see that they didn't try and force the issue into the Porsche curves. They just kind of lined up behind each other and took that section. And so now Craig Jones is behind again, but he is in the tow. And so once they get through the 4 chicanes, it'll be, foot down and see if he can get the toe to make the ground back up.
It
a little
appears
curb.
It looks like Simon may have just had a little bit of a slowdown or a slow entry or a slow Porsche curves, as the gap is now 2.5 seconds again. It obviously did increase a little bit as we had the action for the Porsche curves with the two teams behind, but the action is still very much happening, and I don't want to turn away from this at all.
Exactly right. So we'll keep an eye on that. Simon Van Dyke coming through into Tete Rouge to make it onto Mulsanne. His last lap time was a 3:55.5. Tobias in the 24H car 3:56.5. And then SCCR Craig Jones was a 3:55.2. So, you know, barring traffic to have to deal with, these cars are pretty well matched. So this will be an interesting battle to watch over the next few minutes. And it looks like that I will give a little credit to the LMP2 cars. They are doing a good job of giving room and working their way through all this through this GTE battle.
Definitely agree as well, as we have a few LMP2s making their way through right now. Nothing for position, unfortunately. Just looking now ahead, we have Freaky Fast Racing and Quality Control Racing. Oh, no, apologies. That is for position. So Quality is half a second behind the LMP2 of Mark Winkler for Freaky Fast Racing, who are currently being overtaken by LMP1. I'll keep an eye on the action and move us over there if needs be.
Okay. As we can see, you get a good view of those three GTE cars coming down into the Mulsanne corner. Simon with a good line through there. Tobias also made it through pretty well, and Craig Jones also. So they maintain their position, and so now it's just a run down to Indianapolis. Looks like there's a bit of a gap now from between Craig Jones and Tobias Bleach. So we'll see how that if Craig can reduce that gap and get back into that battle that we saw on the last lap side by side.
Definitely. I think I'm expecting to see Craig come into the pits around about now, but it really depends on how he's going to perform, or if they do a driver swap or not. If he can keep this kind of momentum up, I reckon he could be pulling the my mind has gone completely blank of the word here.
Undercut.
That's the word, exactly. Yes. Always have a slow car going through the Porsche curves there, causing a little bit of a rolling chicane there for the LMP2s. DHR team out appear to be just slowly making their way through the Porsche curves, losing speed and pulling off to the right-hand side. On the inside here, it could be getting a little bit interesting here. Simon Van Dyke is less than a second to them. Let's see if we see it on the stream.
Yep, there he goes, and he's going by now at the exit of the Porsche curves through Corvette corner.
Definitely, I'll be very interested to see what happened there, but he's done a brilliant job there at keeping it off the racing line and just allowing everybody else to pass.
Yep, all three of the GTEs in that battle are have made their way through, and they're coming through Fort Chicane now, back to the start-finish line. And there's another Porsche behind them, and that is Ronan Simsport.
I believe Ronan are a lap up from them as well.
Yeah, they are. So just wanted to check and see if there was did not think there was going to be a fourth car enter that battle, but I think he'll just kind of work his way through them slowly, because they are at least the same class. So it'll be a little more slowly than what we saw with the LMP cars working their way through.
Definitely. Just looking back, I've had a look at this DHL team amateur, and I'm not able to see what has caused this issue. They just appear to slow down at the end of the Mulsanne. I'm wondering if it's maybe a fuel issue, as they're just going through the pits now. The pit speed limit at LeMans being 60 kilometers an hour, they are going through at 30, gliding away. I am assuming there is some fueling issues here. Just see if I can see any damage. A few bumps and bruises in the car overall, but nothing that would cause this kind of issue.
So we've got. So they had a couple of laps that are not timed on my screen, but their last pit stop was at lap 279, and they're on 293. So they were close to the end of their fuel stint. So don't know if that may be right. It may be if they just ran out of fuel before the end of the lap and had to just glide their way in. So the last lap was a 6:21. So yeah, that's a very slow time. So we hate to see it, but they are back out on the track and they are continuing to run. They actually came out right behind the DHR Pro Team.
Oh, lovely.
So get nice symmetry there, the 110 and 111.
Just keeping an eye now, still on the battle for position in GTE. We've got obviously Simon Van Dijk and Tobias Blake. I'm assuming it's Blake or Bleach. I'm not 100% certain. But that gap is still remaining around the 1 second mark. But we have now got Gabriel from Rodin Simsport just starting to catch up with them. He, of course, being a few laps ahead.
Yeah, and he's made his way around Craig Jones in the CCR car. So he's slowly working his way through. I'm assuming just trying to keep himself clean also, because he's not really battling with these cars for position. So he's just trying to work his way through what is lap traffic for him as he's coming up on the back of the 24H car. Scott looks like he's in position to get a good toe down from Arnage into Porsche curves. And of course, he'll be dragging Craig along with him.
Definitely. I'm not entirely sure how long the fuel stints last for these Corvettes, but at the moment we're on lap.
They're around 15 or so laps. So
Craig could definitely be coming in this lap to perform the undercut, but we'll have to see there. If I were them, I'd be definitely wanting to stay in the car if I was him, but you know, there has to be obviously a few changes there. Let's see if we've got any more. There we can see obviously Simon Van Dijk just pulling ahead there. Appears he's kind of maintaining the gap to 24 hour. Let's just see what's happening with. Oh yep, Craig Jones now coming into the pits.
Yeah, he did He did a very short stint before this full fuel run. So yeah, he was. I think they got 16 laps on their last stint. So we'll see if there's a driver change, if it's just a pit for fuel and tires.
Definitely, and at the moment we've got Freedom Maple Syrup coming up behind the 24-hour Moglinger team, who I imagine we wanted to dispatch those guys pretty quick, as Alex Davidson in the car is still setting absolutely rapid times of 3 minutes 15 seconds, which has been a pretty consistent lap time for him. Just absolutely, there is no other word to say, absolutely destroying the track at this point. Dispatching of these GTs absolutely flawlessly, no issue at all. Absolutely faultless in my mind.
And the Corvette by SCCR is doing a tire change. So car up on the jacks now, which means the fuel's in. So as soon as they drop the car, he can, if he's got any repairs that'll be taken, it looks like the car is kind of being a little bit of maybe some optionals being done to it.
That's definitely it. I mean, I would definitely be changing my tyres at this point. The current track temperature being 38 degrees Celsius, which is ridiculously hot considering only, less than an hour ago we were at 32. So that is a 6-degree rise in track temperature in less than an hour. That is pretty surprising, but we are at midday here in-game at Circuit de la Sarthe, so it's definitely something that the team should be expecting to see, some rising temperatures.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was, I think, 40 at race start yesterday. So you can definitely expect to see temperatures such as that again today. I will say Craig Jones is out of the pits. They're back on the track. Go back to see our battle with Next Level as he is coming through Mulsanne Corner headed down the straight to Indianapolis. And
with a little bit of traffic in between them at the moment. Ronin SimSport staying between the two, almost in a GTE sandwich, and we're now seeing another LMP2. I believe that is our class leader of Give Me My Fish Back. Just lapping them very nicely again, giving them all the respect they need. Brilliant stuff to see.
Absolutely. As they head down into Indianapolis corner, a little short run into Arnage. Ronan is still in between them. I'm sure he's looking to get a run at some point to get around that car of Next Level Racing. Yeah, he's right on him. So look to see maybe a dive down to the inside here soon. Yep, he works his way out to the.
Now he's going into the inside here just to try and dispatch this lap traffic. Going too wide into the entry of Porsche, but it looks like Simon has done the intelligent thing of just giving him the room there. We don't want any mistakes at this point in time.
Right, but that has brought the 24H car right on Simon's tail. I mean, it's now it's a proper battle. So I mean, they're feet apart from each other. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that and see if there's a pass down. I don't think that they'll try and make a move into Fort Chicane. So my guess will be he'll try and get the run on the main straight to get into the Dunlop chicane and
absolutely. A little bit of contact there, I believe. Tiny little bit of contact as it appeared Tobias took that turn a little bit quicker over the curb than Simon did. So a little bit of an issue there. Hopefully nothing too major. Doesn't appear that we have any damage on either car. As Freaky Fast Racing injects themselves into the battle out of the pits. I imagine they'll be flying past very shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if looks like I'll have to take it easy for the first few corners as the tires come back up to temperature. And being on cold tires and full fuel is not necessarily conducive to making crisp passing. So he is laying back and playing it smart, and now they're on Mulsanne, he's making his way through. Nicely done by Freaky Fast. That did put a little gap between the two Porsches, 24H and Next Level.
Yeah, so that's now got the gap back up to about a second, but that will be giving the 24-hour Moglinger car a bit of a tow. Tobias should be benefiting from that.
Right, as they're coming up on a looks like that's Ronan SimSport that's still in front of him, so he hasn't been able to extend his gap very much after making his way through the traffic. So it looks like the Next Level is benefiting from a little bit of tow off of Ronan SimSport's car. As they're making their way, we got another
LMP2, I believe. Yep, that is Quality Control Racing LMP.
Right.
Another definite contender for the livery of the race there. Absolutely loving the colour review. And again, brilliant pass there from them. It appears that we've got another car of Ronin SimSport LMP2 catching up the back of the pack. Obviously not in contention for any of these places, but will be good to see the two Ronin cars together. So now as we come up to the run to Indianapolis, the gap between Simon and Tobias has stayed strong at about 0.8 of a second. However, I imagine the tow here could help with that, especially if the Ronin SimSport car gives it a little bit more of a boost.
Yep, as the Ronin SimSport LMP2 car makes its way through, nicely done. He comes up on his compatriot in the GTE, and they go into the Indianapolis corner. And on the little straight down to Arnage, I'm sure that the Ronin car will make his way around the GTE, his GTE brother, and carry on down the track. I'm sure he wants to be clear of those before he gets into Porsche, because nobody wants to ride behind a GTE in the Porsche curves.
Definitely not, especially when you're in the LMP classes. It is a bit of a it's always one of those things where when you're in the GTE car, you feel you're on the absolute ragged edge, and you definitely are. But it just shows how strong those LMP cars are around the Porsche curves. As you're just able to carve through them, it's pretty frightening to see the difference in ability. But pretty similar lap times it's going to look like for Simon and Tobias here, providing they have a incident-free end to this lap. So the battle is going to continue. Craig Jones is now peaking up behind them, slowly catching. He is now 77 seconds behind them after a 94-second pit stop. So clearly doing a few things correct in terms of lap times. He has stayed in the car, so it looks like he could be right up their chuff when these two eventually pit. However, saying that, we now have Tobias right up behind Simon, less than a
Let's
second.
take a look at their laps.
Let's see.
Behind them. Simon's been in the car now for, Simon's been in the car for 8 laps, so he's probably midway through the fuel stint.
Oops, sorry to butt in here, but here we go.
Tobias
Tobias is taking a turn on the inside, but it is blocked ever so slightly there by Simon, just retaining his place there. However, they are coming up onto the Mulsanne here. Going through Tete Rouge, very close. I'd be surprised if there wasn't a little bit of contact there, going in almost side by side with Tobias, just doing the sensible thing and pulling out, hoping he'll get that really strong toe on Mulsanne, which he definitely will. If these cars aren't side by side at the end of here, then I would be surprised.
Yeah, he got a really good run out of Tete Rouge, and he's right up the tailpipe of the
trying to stick
Porsche
with
the next level.
Yeah, trying to stick in that toe as much as possible. I'm surprised actually that it wasn't a little bit stronger, but Tobias seems to have a really strong understanding of the first part of this track.
Yep.
As Simon absolutely punts that cone out of the way.
Yeah, and it looks like that. Both Tobias and Simon are on similar pit strategies. Like they've been in the car for this, in this fuel stint for the same amount of time. So these are basically two equal Porsches. Looks like that Tobias has had some rear end damage on that car over the course of the night.
They've had a little bit more contact there.
Whoop. Yep.
A little bit there.
Very tight.
24-hour car comes just slamming into the side. No damage, hopefully. Both cars managing to continue onwards. Brilliant to see. Just looking back at the lap times, the pit, it looks like Simon in the next level car pitted on lap 295, and it took 66 seconds. Whereas Tobias in the 24-hour Moglinger car pitted on lap 296, which took 185 seconds. Oh, he takes it on the inside, just locking up to try and keep it safe. This is a pretty epic battle at this time. Let's see if we can ride on board with Tobias just to get a little bit more understanding of the action.
Yeah, looks like that Tobias is getting good runs, good toe from the car in front, but just not enough to make a move around. He's looked a couple of times to the inside of the corners, just hasn't found that gap to make the move. As they make the short run into Arnage, they'll be heading back down into the Porsche curves. Looks like that there is. We looked at the wing of the 24H car. Has you can tell that they've had some rear end damage. It looks like there's been some front end damage on the next level car as well. So he's got a little bit of a crumpled nose. But the two guys that are in here are battling hard. It's really fun racing to watch, especially when they're in same makes. So it's nice. It's great. I love this. Is even after 20 and a half hours, you've got battles on track for position and points on offer if and for that 10th spot.
Yeah. So Simon is definitely wanting to be holding on. I am wondering at this point, I just wanted to see how long Simon's been in that car. I would imagine it's been a bit of a longer stint. No, sorry, I'm completely mistaken there. He has just gotten in the car. So it would stand to reason he's probably going to stay in at this point. Let's see if we can find out about Tobias, who appears to have been
on his second fuel stint. Yeah, so this is his second stint in the car for this time. So
again, Tobias just showing his strength here at this part of the track as he's right back up behind the next level racing car. thinking about making a move there, but maybe thinking better of it. Just trying to show his nose there, just to let them know that I am here and I'm thinking about it.
He had an absolutely excellent entry into the Dunlop curves. It was perfectly done to be able to pull right up behind the next level car.
Let's see how his exit is here. It looks like a pretty strong entry and exit there.
Was the next level car wide on that, or did he?
I'm not too certain.
He's not slowing down, so I'm assuming that he's okay there. But it was close.
Yeah, just managing to keep his wheels on the curve there, so that's that'll be helping him. But doing his absolute best to break the toe of Tobias, so definitely a position he doesn't want to give up.
As they make their way through the first Mulsanne chicane and down the straight, and Tobias is still all over the back end of that Porsche of the next level. Within probably a tenth of a second of each other. It's just an amazing battle to watch. Both drivers are pushing their car to the absolute limit here to try and keep, especially for the next level car, to try and keep that position. And Tobias doing everything he can to try and find a spot to make a move around to gain that position. As they head down the final straight into Mulsanne corner. Just once again, they might as well be hooked together.
Pretty much joined at the waist at this point in the race.
Yeah.
That is the next car into the wall there, spinning, but managing to actually keep going, which is very poetic. Not poetic, sorry. That is an unhappy Simon there.
Yes, my guess is the report will be fired up here shortly. It looked like I couldn't tell from looking at it in real time at full speed if it was a block into a punt, but there was definitely contact that caused Simon to spin and catch the inside wall at Mulsanne corner. But as you said, did a great job to get the car right and complete the corner. We'll see what happens.
That could be a very close one to call. I've just been watching it back a little bit, and it is a very tough one to call with the 24-hour car actually braking early as well. So it's not entirely sure what's gone on there, but I'm sure the stewards will be looking into that shortly.
But it's been even with that, it's been a pretty incredible battle to watch. It's nice to see, like I said, some battling for position at this late stage of the race. So we will keep an eye on that to see what happens if there's if the stewards are having to get involved, and see if Simon can make up some ground on his own. Looks like that there is a LMP2 car that looks like Shawshank, I think.
Thinking about making a move there, but darting into pits instead. But it looks like Simon clearly doesn't have too much damage as he's staying with the 24-hour car, Moglinger. So clearly not too damaged from that issue. Just a place down, which is, again, it's a real shame to see that kind of thing happen, but it is ultimately, this is a race and things like that do happen when we're traveling at such speeds. But just leaving these guys here for a second, as there's about a second gap. We will return to them should something happen. But let's just take a quick look to see if we can find out how our SCCR by Delta Sport is doing. So we still have Craig Jones in the car at this point, who is managing to pull some pretty consistent lap times around the 3-minute 55 mark. So I would expect to see him probably back in contention with the next level and Moglinger car in the coming laps, as they will be having to pit in probably about 2 to 3 laps time.
Yep, and he's coming through. He just went through Arnage. He's coming down to Porsche curves, so he's that amount of time from there back around to the front. So he's probably about a minute or so behind the two Porsches, and will be interesting to see when Simon comes into the pits how much damage he's going to have to take So there, obviously, for those unfamiliar with iRacing, when you have incidents like that, sometimes you can have mandatory repairs that need to be fixed and will not let you leave the pits until they're done. And then sometimes you have optionals, which you can take, or as optionals are, you can take or not take. So we'll see if he takes any or all or none, or if there is any. But I'm assuming there's going to be a little bit of optional time just to kind of clean up the body work after that hit into the wall.
Yeah, just looking at having a quick look here at the car, it does appear to have a little bit of front-end damage on its front left with the bodywork being bent in. But besides that, it's doing pretty well. I'd be surprised if there was much of a repair on that at all, as certainly with the GTE cars, once you've got an incident, once you've got a few scrapes on them, they don't really get fixed in the same way that the LMP cars do, which is why you're seeing so many cars at this point in the race with their wings bent. They can't be repaired like the LMP cars, which are pretty much just sticky tape together.
Right. Yeah. I will say I think there'll probably be a little bit. Just I'm seeing looking at the front of the next level car now, and you can see some the left front tire is outside of the fender. So my guess is there will be some optionals, and whether he chooses to take it or not will be up to him. I'm assuming he will just kind of feel the car out and see if he can maintain his lap speed. If he can do that, he may just decide not to take it at all and wait it out and see if it becomes a problem later on.
Definitely. Just looking look now, the one car that is, I would say, pretty surprising in more than one way. Let's just see if we can get these guys up on stream here. Is car number 399 of N-Race Esports, who are driving the Ford GTE. Not a very popular car in this class of racing, but these guys, I believe, are in the contention for lowest incident points. Let me just double check this. Oh, so they are currently sitting at 11 incident points after 20 hours on track. That's very impressive. Not quite the lowest for their class, but we're looking at that car, which is looking almost brand new.
Yeah, it looks really good. It's really clean. They've done a really good job keeping the car out of trouble. And yeah, Josh and I talked about this yesterday, that you don't see the Porsches very much anymore, or the Ford GTs very much anymore. Part of the reason is with the introduction of the new Corvette C8R, they've taken the Ford GT out of the IMSA series and only runs in the LeMans series, and the BMW is removed from the LeMans and only runs in IMSA to give the Corvette a place to race, because iRacing restrictions of 7 car makes on the track at any time. And also, the Ford GTs are being pulled from active racing, so they've stopped their racing program. So you'll see the Ford GTs that are still left out there will become lower competition cars that are 3 to 4 years old, and then they'll just go away unless Ford comes out with something new.
That is a real shame, because I'm a big fan of that Ford GT. I think that's a beautiful car, the road car as well as the racing car.
Yeah,
I've just
really
noticed as well, ahead of N-Race Esports by 1.5 seconds is the next position, which is a podium. This is P3 of Juncos Racing, I believe that's how you pronounce it, Juan Cruz de Palma. I think I'm probably butchering his name again, which I apologize for, but again, the race is still on. There is about a second separating the two of them, with the car of Juncos being held up almost by... Who is this? This is Century Sim Racing. I'm not sure if they are holding them up, as the lap times appear to be very quick from Century. But all of these cars just really setting in the same kind of lap times of the mid to low 350s.
Yeah,
so I think...
Juncos's car looks really clean also. Doesn't look like there's been... there's a little bit of damage in the rear.
Yeah, the rear bumper on either side, either corner, is just bent in a little bit. But the rear wing is surprisingly factory fresh, is how I put it.
Yes, absolutely. And the front looks clean, which is where a lot of your arrow is going to come from. So, that'll be another interesting battle between Juncos and N-Race for position, for podium position, which is amazing. Like I said, we're almost at 3 hours and change left in the race. And to go back to Century Sim. Century Sim look like they've been in a war. They've got the nice Art Deco spoiler on the back, so you can definitely tell they've had some battles on track.
Yeah, that car is looking pretty beat up at this point. Just trying to get a little bit of information on them. Despite the injuries, they're actually, holding a pretty decent position of. Hang on, I'm gonna have to count here. 7.
It's like P7.
They're in 7. So
and they're coming into the pits. So, but they're it looks like a lap on paper, a lap ahead of the next competitor, which is Bro Sim Racing GT. So they can come in and have a nice easy pit stop, no pressure from behind. Go back to that Juncos and in-race battle. And once again, more tight racing, which we like to see, as that Ford GT is trying to make his way up to catch up to the Porsche.
Apologies if you can hear any clicking from my keyboard. I'm just organising something with the guy who will be taking me off of the broadcast. Colin, who I'm sure you'll love to hear and see.
Yeah, we like Colin.
Does a brilliant job here, so he will be in shortly. But for now, you're stuck with me, unfortunately.
Well, nope. I'm glad to have you in here, Tom. It's always fun to do a race with you.
You don't.
So let's see. I will say that looking as we're watching this battle between Juncos and in-race on screen, that Fuga Sim Sport has brought the gap down to 31 seconds.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because I was just looking at that as well. It looks like they are putting in some really competitive lap times at this point, just trying to get that kind of information.
Trying to close that gap down to Indy Autosport White, and because we would absolutely love to see a battle at the end of this race for an overall win. That would make things perfect for us. But as I'm still looking at Juan Cruz de Palma in Juncos, maintaining his gap over the Ford GT of in-race. Can't tell. Let's see. Last lap for Juncos was a 3:53.7. To in-race does not have I don't see a lap time, so it looks like
the gap is beginning to grow a little bit at the start of the hike, we'll say. They were looking at about a 1 second gap, 1.5, which has now grown to 3 seconds. So I have a feeling Juncos is just beginning to walk away, whether that's because the tyres on the Ford GT are struggling, or if it's just the pace of Juncos is to remain to be seen. Yeah. But just taking a quick look, it looks like Ford GT came in about 8 laps ago, opposed to Juncos's 2 or 3 laps ago. So there's a there's
he was like starting to stretch it out. So Jonathan Ribeiro in the in-race car is setting some, good lap times. There's nothing wrong with what he's running.
Oh, definitely versus brilliant lap times.
Yeah. So do see that Juan Cruz de Palma did have a couple of. So you said he came out off. So yeah, he just pitted, but yeah, he's about
just
2 seconds
we have a Corvette on the racetrack going sideways at the start. Not entirely sure who that was, so I was unable to catch it, but we'll see if we can go back and just find out what that was all about. It could potentially be been the DHR Team Am again on the same place. I'm just trying to get that information.
As I'm still watching the Juncos car as Indy Autosport White laps him. So made his way through quite safely.
Yeah, so just looking back, it was the DHR Team AM car that we saw facing the wrong way on the start straight. Unfortunately, just clipping that sand again on the last corner on the outside, which again is just it's a recipe for disaster in these cars, where they just that's all the grip gone and you're plummeting in the wrong direction at that point. Well held to stay out of the wall again by DHR Team AM. That car is looking like it's had better days, but they are definitely still in contention to get some results there. Just trying to get some information. Although a few laps down, like we say, you never know what's going to happen in these events.
And I just went back to look and check in on our our GTE battle between 24H Moglinger and Next Level Racing, and 24H is coming into the pits.
That'll be interesting because I mean the gap has grown pretty
as
significantly
well
at this
as
point.
Next Level. So they're both coming into the pits.
Well,
so
in that case, let's keep an eye there on SCCR. So car number 8, I believe. Here we go. So originally right behind the two of them when this battle started. We're going to see where Craig is able to pull it out. He does seem to be pretty far back on his way to Indianapolis, so I'd be surprised to see him return to where he was, but the lap times have been pretty solid from him. You know, we've had a few 3-minute 54s put down, which are strong lap times in this car. So we'll have to see where he manages to come out.
So I'm taking a look now at the Next Level Racing car with the damage on front, just kind of watching to see what these guys are doing.
24-hour Moblinger has just left the pits.
So it looked like a fuel-only stop for the 24-hour car.
Let's see if we can get that shown. So there we go. But it looks like the Next Level car is still in the pits at this point. So...
And they're taking tires. So my guess is that he'll clear some of his optional time off as they're doing the tire change. So I'm just going to watch.
Yes, it will slowly tick down. But we have Craig Jones in SCCR just going around the last section of the Porsche curbs, while Simon Van Dyke is starting to rev the engine in his Porsche. Just been lowered off the jacks
and he's coming out.
Let's see where we are with Craig. See if we're going to have any battles at hand. Not quite close enough there, unfortunately, Craig. A few seconds back.
Yep, he's coming through the Ford chicane now to the start-finish line, but the Porsche will be on cold tires, so we'll see if he can close the gap up to the Porsche of Next Level in front.
Definitely, I think that with the cold tires, there's a definite potential for Craig to stop closing that gap down. There could have been a few optional repairs, something I wasn't aware of. Yeah, looking at the time, it was a 94-second pit stop, which was actually identical to the Next Level Racing pit. So I'm not entirely sure where that time was lost, considering how close he was. But we'll continue to monitor it. For now, though, we are going to just do a quick ad break while we compose ourselves. And when we're back, you will hopefully be hearing the voice of myself, Colin, and Charles.
Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With Move Up, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders: regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use Move Up just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose Move Up? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
Welcome back, everybody. So we're back here, and we have my good buddy Colin Tabor is now in the broadcast booth with us. Good morning, Colin.
Good morning, Charlie. This has been a long odyssey for many drivers, and it's really exciting to be here for the last 3 hours.
Yeah, we've had a few interesting battles in the last few minutes, which I hope you guys can enjoy reporting on. So with that, I'm gonna leave you guys here. I love you and leave you as it were, and wish you the best.
Great.
I will say that I'm still looking at the Next Level Racing number 2 car with Simon Van Dyke and Craig Jones in the SCCR car, and looks like there's about a 10 to 12 second gap. The Next Level car is now coming up to the Tete Rouge, and the SCCR car is coming through the Dunlop curve. So he's going to try and work his way up to try and bring that battle back. Just kind of keep an eye on that, see what's going on. I know. So Colin, we've had a chance to talk with Craig King of Freedom Maple Syrup earlier today about, as I told him as I went to bed, they were leading, and when I get back up, they're 5 laps down. We talked to him about the trouble they had over the course of the night, which is when you do night racing, you kind of expect to have some failures. You hope that it doesn't happen, but they do quite often.
Yes. I was in the steward's room with Josh Morris when that incident took place, and we were both, of course, kind of dumbfounded at the drama that was unfolding in front of us. It was exciting to say the least. Maybe not in a good way for those guys, but.
So as we're going back to look for our most exciting and focus, just basically we're still kind of monitoring the battles with, we do have a couple of battles on track for position, which is, like I said, it's great to see this far into a race. So I want to take a look as we're watching the iRacing cycle through, and kind of take a look at the LMP2 class, because we've got 6 cars that are 31 laps down to the overall leader. So I'd like to see where they are on the track compared to each other. So Stage 1 racing is coming through, just came through Mulsanne Corner, coming down the straight to Indianapolis. FFW Kislinko is coming through the second Mulsanne chicane, with Shawshank hot on their heels. So there's another battle for position within the top 10. Running Sim Sport seems to be falling back, and as with the live timing updates, those probably are the 2 closest cars of that group is FFW Kislinko and Shawshank Racing, which is a battle for, it's like P8. And that gap looks to be about 3 to 4 seconds. And they're now on the run down into Indianapolis.
Charlie, as I look through the field to see who's retired, it looks like only 15 cars have no one on the server, if I'm looking at it that way, roughly. So not much has changed since I left 4 or so hours ago from the steward's office for the evening rest. With 5 hours, maybe. But this is very exciting and impressive in terms of the kind of the dedication being shown. Just and seeing the results in the light of day, it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, we've been talking about how a lot of these, sometimes you're in the battle to win, and then sometimes you're in the battle just to finish. And I think that is a testament to a lot of these cars out here that are really have no shot at trying to make up ground, but it's just finishing this 24-hour race means something. Especially in a track like Le Mans, if you can go if you can keep your car on the track for the entire 24 hours, whether you're 3 laps down or 100 laps down, it's just an accomplishment.
That's right. And looking at the garage, 69 guys last in class in LMP1 right now on my personal stream. Very long road for them. Running again 15 laps down. Freedom Maple Syrup showing a lot of class, staying in the race. Although they are in line still for a podium overall, so that's certainly a good result for anybody, I would say. But they have they have persisted.
Yeah, that's a good word for it. It's just persistence, and that's it. I gave a shout out earlier to EVP, Escuela Virtual Pilotos, who are 163 laps down to the leader, but the car's still on the track. They're still making laps. So it's just like I said, it's a testament to the team to say, hey, we're going to finish this race. So I'm still kind of monitoring the battle between FFW and Kislinko, who is now he is running down Mulsanne. Looks like he's getting ready to enter the second Mulsanne chicane.
Right now, I'm just scanning some of the activity, seeing the Reggie Robertson on Freedom Maple Syrup spent around 80 laps in the car, which is what, 7 fuel stints? I would guess. That's
about right.
Just amazing. That's one tough dude right there.
So that battle with Kislinko, Stage 1 Racing, is 31 laps down. They are now coming through to the start-finish line. Kislinko is on the run down to Indianapolis. And then Shawshank is on that same run down to Indianapolis. He's about one of the kinks behind. So let's see if their lap times. The last time for Tobias Davidich in the Shawshank. The last lap time for Kislinko was Dmitry Ivanov was a 3:34.9. So by looking at that, it looks like Shawshank may be off the pace a little bit, but we'll just kind of keep an eye on it, because if there's an on-track battle, we obviously like to be watching it.
Yep. Well, we're looking at about a 13-second gap between the two right now.
Right.
Wow.
Well, at least as far as the last lap. So we'll keep an eye on it and see what when they come through on this lap, if that changes any. So.
Got it.
Yep. So Yep. So Dimitri and the Kislenko car is actually pitting. So.
So yeah, we're going to see a little bit of a.
Yeah. So we'll see what Shawshank if they're on the same fuel pit cycle. We'll see if that happens. And nope, they're staying out. So that looks like that Shawshank will be passing the Kislenko car, who is in the pits.
Oh, and a spin as they come
around
around the final corner. At this point, luckily there's
no damage.
No damage, no harm, no foul.
Yep.
Holy cow.
And Kislenko is in the pit, and they are doing a fuel and tire change. As Shawshank is making their way through the Dunlop chicane. Take a look at their last laps. Looks like they have, they're only about halfway through their fuel stint, so looks like that battle will resume in the next 6 or 7 laps as they come into the pits, as Kislenko is now coming out of the pits with full fuel and a fresh set of tires, so they'll take their way and work their way slowly around through the Dunlop chicane and let those tires get some heat in them, and then they can get back to some quick lap times. Just go back and check in on our GTE battle that we were highlighting earlier between 24H Muglinger. They had a really good battle. Colin, I don't know if you were watching or not, but Next Level Racing was leading a 3-car train for position for the final points position in GTE. SCCR Next Level Racing and 24H Next Level was leading. SCCR is on a different pit strategy, so they pitted off, which took them out of that battle. But then the 2 Porsches from 24H and Next Level really battled hard. Then there was a tap and spin going into the Mulsanne corner, which Simon Van Dyke of Next Level had a brush with the wall, but managed to spin the car and turn it back around and get it and keep the car rolling in the right direction, which was a pretty impressive maneuver in that corner. So, but he lost time. I haven't heard anything from stewarding, so I'm assuming no harm, no foul racing incident, but we'll see.
That's right. It may be a little early yet to hear what's going on there. Just as I kind of go through the field to familiarize myself with what's happening and what's changed, amazingly, the top 3 here are really, while there is about a lap gap between each one, it does seem like they're holding steady, those 3 teams. It's impressive again, although looking at the 3rd place car, it looks like battle for 3rd and 4th right now are on the racetrack, 2 seconds apart in that class. We got Junkos with a 2.4 second lead on Race Esports.
Yeah, they've had pretty close, and we were looking at it earlier. It looked like N-Race was not quite on the pace of the Junkos car, but apparently has shown that he's got a little more pace in the car.
Yeah. Right now, I mean, they outraced the Junkos team by a little over a second on the last lap. Again, probably down to potentially a little bit of traffic too, but who knows?
And they're coming into the 4 chicanes now, and that battle definitely looks like it's tightened up. So we'll see the lap times as they come to the start-finish line. Junkos last lap was a 3:53.3. And in race was a 3:54.5. So looks like there may be a pretty tight battle. Just had to see how, as it is with most of these races, it comes down to not just how fast you are on overall pace, but how well you navigate lap traffic. So we'll just kind of keep an eye out for those two and see if the battle tightens up.
Yeah, right now they've pulled out another second, have the Juncos team. So not much traffic in their immediate vicinities at the moment. And taking a look at folks' cars, see how beat up they may be.
Yeah, we've been commenting on some of these cars look. I mean, the in-race car looks pristine. We talked about how the Ford GT is kind of slowly, I think, being phased out of the iRacing. They've taken it out of the IMSA series, and it's only running on ILMS.
Right.
So it's nice to see a Ford out there running.
Yeah, not as popular a car right now. I thought it was great as well to see that one out there, and that they're going to have a nice finish with being second to the 3 Porsches that are up front in that class.
Right. Yeah, the Corvettes, I think, were probably the most prevalent car used in the GTE field, and have not really performed up to the top of the grid. So yeah,
that's right. The best Corvette is running in 6th right now, Team Slow Pace, ironic name. I did note last night that half of the field of GTE cars was Corvettes, fully 12 of them, I believe, there to this time. And right now we got Jonas V.E.C in the lead Corvette. We had oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just taking a look at that Corvette now on track, and looks like it's in pretty good shape.
Great.
Don't see they're actually just coming up behind another Corvette, and of Bro Sim Racing, Christian Lawrenson's car, and both those cars don't appear to have just tons of damage on them, so they've managed to keep the car clean. I think the Bro Sim Racing cars had some scrapes up front.
Jonas and
scrapes in the back.
Sorry, Jonas and Emil from Team Slow Pace are living in Copenhagen, and they, according to Jonas, they started racing in April, and since then they've used he's used much of his spare time on iRacing, and that has been it. Whereas Emil, his friend, started his sim racing back in 2019, but didn't do as much of it until they formed Team Slow Pace this past June. And he says that since then I have driven a lot. So we've all been locked down since about then. Surprise, surprise.
We did see a race control incident come up. Car number 690, which I believe is Garage 69, stop and go for incident involving car number 8, which I don't think we saw on screen, and that is car number 8 is the CCR by Delta Sport car, currently driven by Craig Jones. So the Corvettes, looking at this Corvette as well as the other two, they're what we would call 20-footers. They look great from 20 feet away, but the closer you get, the rougher they look. So gotcha. They definitely look like they've been in a battle. That's the 690 is the Garage 69 LMP1 car, who is the last car I believe still running for the LMP1 class. Is that right? Yep. So
yes, they are. They're the guys I was highlighting earlier. They were up a little closer to the front for a long time. Not any longer.
Yeah. So 15 laps down to the leader. So 6th place, still points, still in the points because we only have 8 cars in LMP in the LMP1 class. So everybody's getting points out for them. So 6th place is still better than 8th. So
that's right.
It keeping the car on the track means something, especially in a class like that. And they are, as I'm looking at Raw 69, they are pitting now. So looks like they're coming in to do their stop and go. Lucas V.E.C, I'm not sure if that's correct or not, but he is working his way through pit lane. Let's go back and take a look at, jump back into the most exciting and came up with the TC Corsa car.
Yeah, those guys have had an exciting race overall, I would say. They've been up there in the sort of top 5 of that class for a little while. And that is the LMP2 class, which excited to see them in 4th overall. Looking up the field there, give me my Fishback Racing still leads, and it looks like they lead by 2 laps or more.
Right.
Which is a healthy margin at this point right now.
Yep.
Tom Edwards in the car. As we saw him take over on their lap 337 from Josh Ladd, who had been driving then since 307, since lap 307, so a 30-lap stint.
So it looks like the Leo Racing Team MP2 in the LMP2 class. I was just looking because they and Aquariver Motorsports are both 27 laps down, but it appears as if the Leo Racing Team is about a half a lap ahead of Aquariver. So
all right,
battle there. So
yep, I remember we had Aquariver in the broadcast booth to chat a little bit back at around halfway, I guess. Maybe a little before halfway is so, but I think we were off the air by the halfway. Marcus Solholm in the car, that's the gentleman we got to speak with. They've had a long night too, I'm sure.
Definitely. So I'm seeing as he's working his way through lap traffic. We commented earlier, Josh and I, at the beginning of the race. There's some very nice looking liveries out there. So apparently these teams have at least one good graphics designer embedded in it.
Either that or they hire somebody. These days, there's a lot of options out there for
better. They hire somebody. So, but the Aquariver
so
car
you
is
can get a car.
very, very pretty.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, just watching right now the DHR Team Pro car go round. Victor Miranda at the wheel. They are running 13th in class. Highlighted on the stream that I can see right now is Enter Name Here Racing. Looks like they're in proximity with Shawshank Racing. I'm not sure they're racing for position there, but
no, they're not. I actually was kind of looking at Shawshank myself. Philip Knoll, who is in the car, was looking because that's one of those. It's one of those battles that could erupt over the course of the next few minutes, because Kislinko Racing is looks as if Kislinko is coming through Indianapolis now, and Shawshank is coming down to the Mulsanne corner. They're both, I think, that is that could be a battle for position if Shawshank works their way back up. But it looks like they're running pretty equal lap times. So we'll just kind of keep an eye out and see what happens during pit cycles and see if that changes.
Great. Looking at my notes, and I actually took a screen cap when the broadcast was going off the air at about 10 hours and 40 minutes through the race. Looking at the LMP2 field, definitely a few things that have changed. You know, you have Team Bushfink, which was in fourth in class at that time. Unfortunately, now I've run into some sort of unhappy events and running in the 12th spot, 6 laps down.
There's, I don't know if you're seeing it or not, but there's a gaggle. It's only the best way to describe it between some LMP and LMP 1 and 2 cars that were basically going too wide through the Ford chicane. There's about 6 cars, including the race leader, Indy Autosport White, and there were cars going in every direction. They were missing the front chicane, missing the second chicane, just cutting the corners, just trying to get through there without destroying each other's race.
Some guys are tired, I have a feeling.
Yeah.
But right now, Antoine Blankers in the LMP2 there. I'm going to look back and see if I can just detect any particular moment where they may have had issues. But
so not only was the overall leader Indy Autosport White in that gaggle, but the LMP2 class leader, Give Me My Fishback Racing, was also involved in that. So that's 2 class leaders in a 6 or 7 car sandwich trying to get through the 4 chicanes, which is difficult enough to do by yourself.
Yeah.
So
I'm replaying this now and taking a look at this whole thing. You know, I'd be tempted to just kind of maybe drive through the pits, you know, just to see what I could do there. Looking at Kozlenko Racing taking off through the runoff there, the first one of the 2 chicanes, as there were 4 cars, 4 prototypes, 5 prototypes close together by that point.
Going back and I'm watching the replay actually on the stream, since it's delayed a little bit. I was actually I think that's Team Hexa that was also in a GTE in a Ferrari that just happened to be there at the same time, and I'm sure he was wondering what was going on.
Yeah, they caught up to those cars who aren't supposed to be as fast as them, and then Hibiki Yamashita of TC Corsa also taking off on the second chicane, driving through the LeMans logo basically, printed there on the track.
Probably smart, I would think, at that point.
A few extra X's at this point, what the heck.
Right.
And speaking of incident points, let's take a look at who's doing the best on incident points. It looks like, amazingly, the Team Bushfink GTE that is, I guess, first in class in GTE is also first in class in terms of incident points, sitting on just 4 after 21 plus hours of racing.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's unthinkable in my mind. As of running cars, they're the best. Twice as many points are held by Hexa Racing, which is 8 is still pretty amazing.
8's still pretty incredible.
Less than 1 per hour in this traffic. And Race Esports, as you mentioned, their car clean as a whistle, 11 incident points, and they're all 3 LMP2s. So only they're GTEs. So only Team Bushfink will get the 5 points awarded for lowest incident points. That is, if they can survive the last 3.5 hours or so of this race.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or 2.5 hours. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's coming down to the nub end, as we would say.
Right. And in the LMP2 class, we've got Ronin Simsport LMP2. I think they're running, although my sim is having trouble picking them up at the moment. But
they were on earlier. We were looking at them as they were passing their compatriots in the GTE cars. So yes, I think they're still on track.
Vincenzo Amico in that car.
Yep, he is. They're actually entering the Porsche curves now.
There we go. I picked him up now.
So I wanted to check. So on the other end of that, we do have a cap for incident points, and it looks like Apex Tech Racing has already had their penalty because they're at 77 incident points. See, EVP is at 79, so they would have already served their penalty.
Yeah, I'm looking at Apex. I'm not sure they're still with us. Charlie, I do see there's a member of the team logged in, but I'm not sure he's in the car.
Yep, they're not on the track, so which I hate to see because, but yep, they were. So let's see. I think that was all the only two that were at the that have already been served their penalty. Oh, I'll take that back. DHR team Elm.
Yeah,
is
there's
84. So, but we do have Garage 69 in the LMP1 car that's at 65. So they're going to have to kind of maintain themselves for the next couple of 2.5 hours.
Yep, that's right.
And then MJR is at 62, and Indy Autosport Red's at 60, and those were the other ones that are, I would say, in danger of that drive-through.
Sure. And we also have EVP Escuela Virtual Pilotos, who are still out on track. They're at 79 points. Axel Bora Herrerius in the car. They're running in the 17th position, 138 laps down. So they actually may, if they can get through another 90 laps or so, they may come upon the Apex Tech position, who are those guys are sitting on 47 laps right now. So 47 laps down, and that would be kind of exciting for them, I imagine. Let's see if we can calculate if they could even have enough time to do that. If you're looking at basically a 3-minute and 5-second lap, roughly 3 minutes 40. I'm going to just try and work on the calculation over here.
Yeah, no worries. Just kind of looking through and seeing. So it looks like our battles have settled down on track. Don't see anything. I'm still kind of watching out for the next level car 2 and the SCCR. These were the closest cars we'd watched their battle before. And it doesn't appear as if that's much of a battle anymore. Along with 24H car, they seem to be pretty well separated from each other at this point. So, but they did do the driver change for SCCR, and John Salmon is in the car now.
All right, so based on the calculations here, it looks like the EVP car has around 40 laps remaining in this race, maybe 41. And that will not be enough to pull them 90 laps up to Apex. No. So wondering what happened to them in the night. Maybe they took some time out of the car or just had extensive repairs. I think you and I can both remember the incidences of multiple engine replacements in cars we've driven in these series.
Yes. Yeah. We were talking about that yesterday. It was, I did a 6-hour race at Monza in the LMP2 and spent had a spin, spent 11 minutes in the pits getting the car repaired, and only for the engine to go out 4 laps later. So that was 4 hours into a 6-hour race. It's like, yeah, it's probably not worth it at this point to repair that, spend 30 minutes repairing it and going back out. So yeah, I'm just kind of looking at the EVP car. Alex Herrerias is in the car. He's making laps. He's getting the experience, which the car looks either very clean or very well repaired, one or the other. But he's out there making laps and getting the experience, and that's something that you need for these races. The experience of having, of racing over a 24-hour span, just making the laps and finishing the race. So that's what they're out there to do. So it's good to see them out there.
Well, that's right. Well, these guys hail from Spain, and we have a lot of talent on that team. Alberto Gazapo, who I think started the race as a karting driver and won the National Spain Karting Championship. I see them right now going through the runoff at one of the chicanes. They must be just dead tired at this point.
Yeah. I think Axel's actually been in the YouTube chat, chatting with us over the course of the night or the morning, as well as yesterday. So, so unless it's a different Axel, which is entirely possible.
That's right.
But he has mentioned. I think he has actually mentioned the EVP team, so I think that's
yes, that's him. Yeah, it is him. I started looking at the chat, and it's very nice.
And then we'll shout out Porsche Sport, because it seems like they've been in the chat the entire time we've been on, which we really appreciate. And they are still running P2 in class behind Team Bush-Fink. So it's good that they're getting a good result. We talked to a member of their team earlier, I think their team manager, who was, had talked about just maintaining steady pace, keeping the car clean, because they weren't the fastest on just pure pace in qualifying. But as we saw, they actually won the class for the GTE class for our practice race. So he said very much the same mindset. Mind the fuel, mind the tire, stretch the fuel stint, and keep the car clean and end up with a good result. And they've done that again with 2.5 hours or so left. They're running P2 in class.
Yeah, we had a guy in the booth from their team, from Porsche Sport, earlier today. I guess it was Ryan Parkins, who's last been in the car around lap 239. They're currently running lap 330. The Austin Greater X. The car. Oh, it looks like Josh Cameron is just getting into the car. They're pulling out of the pit lane, and he carries on with Austin having done a stint from lap 300 to lap 330, so 2 fuel runs.
Yep. It sounds like they're keeping their drivers fresh.
That's
rotating
great.
them in and out. So
now we also have Juncos Racing Esports, the next car in class, also in the pit lane right now. It looks like they're up on the jacks, taking tires.
While they're in the pits, let's look at where N-Race is. N-Race is coming up to the 4 chicanes. Are they going into the pits? Nope, they are staying out. So he's coming through the 4 chicane now. Is Junko still in the pits?
They're just coming out now with Juan Cruz de Palma staying behind the wheel. N-Race is just passing the entrance to the pit lane, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep,
or
they're actually on their pit exit, so they're actually coming through Dunlop chicane. So
only 8 seconds, a little less than 8 seconds behind Juan in the Juncos car. So that's actually one of our more exciting races on track.
Indeed. Just kind of keep them. We'll keep an eye out for that to see if that tightens up. And that's Thomas Sentot in the in-race car. I'm sorry if I've mispronounced your name, but he's been in the car now. So he just came in. They pitted about 5 laps ago.
Yep. Okay.
So they're working their way through their probably the first third of their fuel stint. So we'll see if he did a 3:55 flat last lap. So we'll see what his lap times look like in comparison to Juncos, who we're happy to have in our race, because it's nice to have an esports a team affiliated with an actual race team in our event. So we're happy to see that. I did notice, I'm just looking at race control, there was a stop and go penalty for car number 144, which I believe is
if that is Kislenko Racing, yeah.
For not leaving enough room for an overtake. So looks like they were doing a bit of blocking on one of the faster cars.
Well, probably inadvertent, I would think, since they're not racing those guys.
Yeah, at this point, it's everybody is even if you've only ran a couple of stints over the course of the night, it's a cumulative effect for these races, because even if you're only in the car for 4 hours of this 24-hour race, you're with your teammates, you're talking with them, you're maybe spotting. So there's a lot more involved than just, okay, I'm going to go run 2 stints and then I'm going to jump out of the car and rest for a while. There's a lot more involved in it. So all these guys, I'm sure, are pretty tired at this point. I know I am, and I got to sleep. So,
I'm sure a few of these guys have gotten to sleep, but there may be some of them that haven't. And I feel for these guys after all this time. Yep.
So still looking at Juncos Racing. They are entering the Porsche curves now. Yeah, and in race is hot on their heels. We'll kind of watch lap times and see what it looks like.
Let's see how it develops here. That's always nice to have a race on track going on.
Exactly right. So as Juncos is making their way around a lap down car, entering the Ford chicane. And that's their out lap. So it looks like the gap's about 7 seconds between Juncos and in-race. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that. In-race's last lap time was a 3:54.1, which is absolutely competitive lap time at this point in the race.
Well, I've pulled up the replay of the incident with Fuga Simsport LMP1 trying to overtake the FFW Kislenko Racing LMP2. They caught up to each other on the entrance of Indianapolis, and if I kind of watched the incident, there was a little bit of, I think, a miscommunication. Fuga Simsport tried to go around the outside at Arnage, and they gave a lot of room, but I think that the other team just wasn't ready to stay that far to the right on the exit of the corner, and came across the apex and out towards the outside, and the two collided. It did impede, I guess, Fuga's attempted pursuit of the first place car, Indy Autosport White, at that time of the race. Now the lap, or sort of the gap, looks like it's 76 seconds or so, and I believe it was a little bit less at that point.
Yeah, as of last time, past the timing, it was 1:17 between Indy Autosport White and Fuga. So I'm just kind of keeping an eye on that to see if that changes as this lap goes through. Because the gap had came down, Fuga had worked that gap down to about 30 seconds.
Yeah, looking at the lap times, it looks like it cost them about 7 seconds on the usual lap time, which it seems to be somewhere between 3:16 and 3:18 right now. Interesting to see. They also had a 3:26 on the subsequent lap. I'm going to scan through and see if we have a little incident there. My replay is sadly a little bit incomplete. I still haven't figured out what's. Oh, they went pit in on that at that point. That's what happened.
So
yeah, no other issue.
Indy Autosport White is actually in the pits currently, so that excuse me, that gap time, that lap time will change as Fuga is now coming through the Porsche curves and working their way around a lap down car, GTE. Indy Autosport still in the pits. Looks like they're up on the jacks. They're getting a tire change
and a driver change, if I'm not mistaken. Lockie Brown had been in the car, but Daniel CV Sabo is jumping in.
And they're on pit exit as the Fuga team is coming through the Ford chicanes. So that gap will be much tighter on this lap.
That's right. Looking at Indy Autosport White, they're completing the race with just 3 drivers as our Freedom Maple Syrup team. But Daniel hails from Central Eastern Europe, not sure exactly which country, but Lockie Brown is Australia, New Zealand, and Drew Becker, Indiana. So they seem to have the 3 sort of quadrants of iRacing covered there. Probably a little easier from a time perspective, although the reality is, you look at when these guys have driven. Wow, Lockie has been in the car since lap 318. That was just lap 383 that he had completed as he came into the pits.
Yep, I don't know what part of Australia he lives in or New Zealand, but that would be the better part of the afternoon for him. So.
That's right. Well, that's nice that he's in the afternoon. These other guys, I guess in Europe right now it's around midday. So.
Right. Yeah. And then Drew is probably just waking up, to be perfectly honest. It's 7:20
Hopefully, if
a.m.
he's managed to keep
Central
a normal time, if I would guess, he's probably. Well, he was last in the car at lap 284, which was before Daniel took a last stint before Lockie went in for that marathon night.
Right. So we are at 2 hours and 15 minutes remaining in the race. Still Indy Autosport White in the lead. They just did a pit stop, driver change, full service on the car. Fuga Sim Sport is in second. We'll see the timings work as they work their way down. Indy Autosport White just coming out on their out lap, going down in Indianapolis. So we'll see what that gap is. It will be much shorter than the minute 12 that's showing on our timing screen currently. And as Indy Autosport White, there's an accident on the run to Arnage. It appears to be, go back, let me rewind that and see what cars are involved. We've got a Corvette. Looks like the 8 car of SCCR, as well as, get this, it is Intername Here Racing, who is LMP2. And we'll see if we can see what this accident, how this accident looked.
Again, the lovely Indianapolis corner, the run between Indianapolis and Arnage, causing problems here. It looks like, if I may just steal the thunder from you, it looks like the GTE hits the curb and on acceleration darts to the left and collects the LMP car.
Yeah, right in front of, and luckily the overall race leader was far enough back that everybody was stopped on the track. But yeah, it definitely looks like there was a issue with the Corvette trying to make that up. And looks like everybody else got through cleanly as the Corvette's trying to get himself righted, as traffic is still trying to make their way through. And the Inter here is also back out and moving. So my guess is stewards will be taking a closer look at that, and then dishing out any penalties if needed. But the Corvette, it looks like it's in pretty bad shape. The Inter is racing in the pits now.
Yeah, typically in that kind of a situation, I think we've been seeing some sort of drive-through for the car causing the contact. Very sad to see that at this point. I want to call out a personal note of excitement on my side. In DHR Team Pro, Matthias Leist is in the car over there. Familiar with him from his stint in IndyCars a few years ago. This is the pro team from that DHR outfit who are from Brazil.
Right.
I do think Tony Kanaan is also registered for that team, but it looks like he hasn't made an appearance in the race. They ran into difficulties very early on. It looks like.
Yeah, it's they had trouble at the outset, and just it put them on their back foot. But they're still out there making laps as well as the AM team. So once again, it's just about getting the experience. So.
Right. Well, we've got some guys there, very experienced drivers, and we're really excited, and we salute them for kind of persisting here.
Absolutely. So I will say, I will just note, I'll note the gap now between Indy Autosport White and Fuga SimSport is now 8.6 seconds. That is for the overall race lead. So that battle seemed to be heating up after almost 22 hours of racing. To have a 9-second gap between the top two cars is pretty exciting to see how that's going to end up.
Yeah, let's take a look at their recent lap times. I mean, with Indy Autosport White, we've got Daniel in the car. He hasn't been in the car for probably several hours, maybe 4 hours. I don't know. We talked about Lockheed's long stint there. Daniel's running very good lap times, though, in 16s. Looks like when he had a clear track back on lap 314 is his last such time.
So just kind of looking through, we'll just say that Craig King is now in the car for Freedom Maple Syrup. So if you're familiar, if you have a want to watch iRacing on YouTube or on Twitch, if you have it, Craig King is the man known as Scully on Radion TV. So who is competing in the race with Freedom Maple Syrup. We got to speak to him earlier about their issues overnight. So, but once again, they're in a podium position, so they're gonna stay on track and see if they can bring it home.
Yep, looking at the lap times of the current driver for Fuga, Patrick Pelchat, his times seems like they mostly 17, so maybe not quite as much potential pace as Daniel in the other car, but at this stage of the race, who knows? We're going to see.
Hey, absolutely. Yeah. Well, considering we just saw Daniel go through 2 wrecked cars on the run into Arnage, truly anything can happen at this point, whether you want it to or not.
Yeah, they're close enough together that you just can't. Just one little incident could change the complexion. looking at our battle for third in the GTE class, where we had Juncos and N-Race so close together, I see right now a 5-second gap between the two, and they're at this moment they look to be pretty close on track. Looking at the relative, I think they're
both coming
nobody
up
in
on the
between
main
them.
straight. And Juncos is now going through Dunlop, the chicane.
Yep.
And there is a LMP1 car that has just made his way through in front of N-Race.
Right, but N-Race can see them right now going on to the back straight.
N-Race was about a half second faster that last lap. So the gap is closing. So that is going to be a fun battle to watch. So we've got a couple of battles on track. That's for P3 in the GTE class, so podium position in GTE.
The last podium spot. That's pretty exciting, to be honest, at this late date.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And then so the gap has increased a little bit from the overall leader. It's 9.7 seconds back to Fuga from Indy Autosport White. So it sounds like Daniel is trying to extend that a little bit. And of course, I think that their pit cycles are a bit different. So my guess is Fuga will be coming in. Let's look and see where they are. It looks like they're about midway through their fuel stint. So with Patrick Pelchat in the car.
All right, I'm gonna try and spend a few minutes here doing a through the field of the cars here. We're going to go through the LMP1 class first. We have Indy Autosport White still leading the race on lap 387 of the contest here today. Fuga Simsport again clocked last time by the line as 8.3 seconds back of them here at our almost we're 7 minutes away from 22 hours. That's an incredible close gap after all that time. Third place, Freedom Maple Syrup. We've heard lots about them and their stunning red, white, and blue livery all race long. Intername Here Racing really, if I look back to where they were at hour 10, where, I have some screenshots stored of what the standings were at that time. Hour 10, they were in 5th spot. Right now they've improved to 4th, 7 laps down. And then we have the MJR Racing Team, which had been in 6th at that time, now in 5th. Garage 69 has improved from that time. Garage 69 was running for 2nd early in the race, but now running in the 6th spot with 15 laps down. And then a couple of competitors that Next Level Racing around halfway was in 4th spot, and sadly now have retired, running 7th, and exiled running in 8th, or not running at this moment, but classed in 8th. So now let's take a minute and walk through the Dallara P217 field. Give Me My Fishback Racing has been atop this race. Early on, there was quite a battle going on between them and a few other teams. And if I can recall who they were as I look through the field, I will. I think team Ronin Simsport may have been up there. LMP boys were definitely up there. Looking through the field, Freaky Fast was sent up somewhere near the point of the front of the field. Aquiver Motorsports was also up there. So right now, Give Me My Fish has consolidated their advantage, running on lap 360 in first place. The next closest competitor is Leo Racing, which kind of came from a little further back earlier on. They were running 3rd about 10 hours ago, so that's really not that different. But at that point, they had just come up from around 5th or 6th. as some other teams ran into problems, the other teams I mentioned. But they're clocking on lap 359 right now, so 2 full laps down. I look at the Give Me My Fish car. They're coming through the Dunlop curves under the Dunlop Bridge as we speak. With the Leo team, looks like they're on the back half of the course right now in the run up to the Porsche curves. Third place is Aquiver Motorsports. Marcus Soholm at the wheel right now, and they're running lap 359 as well. So they're on the same lap as the Leo team. If I look to see if I could find the gap, right now it looks like it's 72 seconds last time past the line. That's definitely a number that's in flux based on kind of flakiness in the various timing apps I'm using right here, but that's over a minute back. Still not out of touch. Running in fourth, and we'll try and run through these a little faster now. TC Corsa, the Japanese team, really excited. I mean, just to emphasize the global nature of our entry field here, these guys hailing from Japan, Tokyo, Osaka, I believe, both locations, and they've been running up there near the front for quite some time. Leo made a real charge though through the field earlier, and that was exciting to see. Then running in fifth in class, Venomworks Endurance, which again is a team that kind of wasn't as close to the pointy end earlier on. If I look at them back at about 11 hours, they were 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th in class. Right now, running 5th in class. That's a great result for them. JPW Ringwood in the car right now. If I look at my bios, and I promise to go faster, but I'm going slower. But that's it's okay. We've got time to fill here, buddies.
Absolutely.
They're an English-based team. A couple of guys in Norwich, it looks like, based on the bios, as well as Jelle Hoogland, who's from the Netherlands. Moving further, Stage 1 Racing, running now in 6th spot. Artie Boschart at the wheel. They're running their lap 356. Then Shawshank Racing running in 7th. Philip Knoll at the wheel. They're running in 7th, as I said, 5 laps down, and they in Stage 1 are kind of in the same lap, as it were, with Artie somewhere on the back straights, and Shawshank is just coming through the Porsche curve, so about a half a lap apart from them, and then right 38 seconds behind these guys is Kozlenko Racing. After I guess we heard about them getting a drive-through a few laps ago.
That's correct.
That may have affected their race against Shawshank. They are, as I said, in 8th place, 6 laps down, and then just another 6 seconds behind them is the 9th place car of Ronin Simsport, piloted by Vincenzo Amico. If I remember correctly, Ronin had several entries in the field. These guys hail from we got folks in USA, including Shinya Machimi, who's an IMSA WeatherTech driver, and a couple other guys. And they have on their team someone from India who I don't think we've seen, Siddharth, but he's listed on my team bio there for them, and Vincenzo has been in the car several times. Freaky Fast Racing, running in 10th spot, rounding out the top 10, 7 laps down overall, but just about 50 seconds behind the pair that I just mentioned. So there's really actually, as you look through this part of the field, there's quite a bit of racing going on, albeit a little bit at arm's length with multiple seconds between each other, maybe a minute here and there.
Yep.
But
Absolutely.
Dennis Monka in the car for Freaky Fast, and 40 seconds back from him is our 11th place competitor, Quality Control Racing. I remember saying their name a lot during the test broadcast.
Yes.
And somehow, maybe not having as good a day this time, but still running at this late hour, running in 11th place, 6 laps down. And then another 17 seconds behind them, Antoine Blankens in the Team Bushfink Racing LMP2.
Yeah, and I want to note that there was a call out from race control that probably won't change the standings, but it will bring the top 2 in the LMP2 class a little bit closer together. There is a stop and go penalty for car 40, the Give Me My Fishback Racing car, for causing an incident in the first chicane. And so with that, I'm looking at the GTE field. Team Bushfink Racing is in P1. Porsche Sport is in P2. And the biggest battle that we've been talking about for the last few minutes is the battle for that 3rd spot between Juncos Racing Esports and In-Race Esports, and that gap has closed to about 4 seconds. So the In-Race guys have been chipping about a half a second a lap off, as there is fast traffic lapping the Juncos car, working their way through in the Porsche curves, which is always an experience. So it appears as if that battle is going to tighten up for that final podium position in the GTE field.
Absolutely, Charlie. I'm looking at the live timing right now, and I'm showing it 2.5 seconds, maybe a little more, between the two as they both make their way through the chicanes, the 4 chicanes there onto the front straight. I'm going to stick with them over the next little bit here and see what happens. Now down to 2.2, 2.3 as they go into the Dunlop.
Yeah, and they have a LMP2 car, the car 87 for Shawshank, is actually coming up on the Juncos car now. The in-race car was able to get a good tow off of that LMP2 coming down the front straight. So that gap may be even a little closer once they get in down to Mulsanne. So we'll kind of keep an eye on them. I'm kind of watching the Juncos car now. It's got
1.7.
Yeah, it's definitely tightening up. So we'll keep an eye on them for the time being and see if we can see any battles for position. See if there's a position change, as I see in Free Maple Syrup working their way around the in-race car to come down to past the Juncos car. They're coming down into the first Mulsanne chicane.
And it looks like they will not get past before the chicane. Just checking in to see top speeds here, Charlie. The Juncos car topped out at about 293, and if I check in the N-Race Esports car, they also topped out at 294. So really, not much between the two there speed-wise.
Right. So I'm watching the live timing, and the Juncos car was at 287 kmh before they hit the brakes for the second chicane. So the battle is a little closer every time you kind of look at it. That gap is a little more narrow. So this looks like it's going to be a very interesting battle for that final podium position for the GTE class.
That's right. I'm looking at my relative over here, and you know, there's been a gain of 1/10 or 2 each sector. Juan Cruz de Palma in the Juncos racing machine, clearly feeling the heat at this point.
Right. I just wanted to check and see. There's another car that's on the same lap. The Hexa Racing team is in P5, but actually the Juncos and the in-race cars are actually coming up to him to put a lap on him. So they're not really in a position to make any gains, but they could be in a position to cause some issues as they're getting lapped. So we'll just kind of watch as they're coming through Arnage. I mean, not intentionally, obviously, but
Of course.
you know,
I know.
yeah,
I'm with
it
you.
all depends on where you catch a car more
All right,
than anything
and
else.
yeah, yep.
As the JUCO guys coming up, it looks like that was the SCCR car, I believe, directly in front of them, who is on
Running
the
in-
track and running a few laps behind, but still running, making the laps.
Yeah, the number 8 car is in 12th place overall in class, and is about 9 laps down on these guys. Looking at this gap, just over the last segment, Junco's pulled out a 10th to widen the gap slightly here, but now they're really close together. And I've been watching Thomas Santon in the in-race machine, and he's literally taking all the left-hand side of the track coming out of Arnage towards the Porsche curves.
Yeah, I think that's one of the differences between those two cars. I think the Ford has a little better time with the curbs than the Porsche does. I don't think the Porsche really likes curb riding as much as the Ford GT does. So I think that's a little bit of advantage. I think that the Porsche may be obviously a little bit faster in a straight line than the Ford. So it's a pick your poison, I guess, if you want to look at it that way.
There you go. And the last time by, it looks like Juncos Racing had I don't have the Juncos Racing last time, but it was a 353.3 for N-Race Esports,
which is significantly faster than the last few laps, I believe. I think so. I think he's picking up the pace. That may be because he's running toward the empty side of that fuel tank. Let's take a look at their.
They're catching now the SCCR car. Is the Juncos machine. They had a 354.3, so just about a full second slower on the last lap. The Juncos car getting a tow now from John Salmon in the SCCR car.
Yep.
Going into the first chicane, or the second chicane, I believe. Maybe the first. No, second. Sorry, the left hand second chicane goes left, right. Good enough, Colin. You'll know this track better.
So it looks like that. Both the cars of Juncos and N-Race are about. Looks like N-Race or Juncos is about on lap 9 of their fuel stint, and N-Race is closer to the end, so like on lap 12. So we'll see the N-Race guys in the pits before the Juncos team. So we'll see if there's a bit of an undercut strategy in play there. If that earlier pit gets them a little more speed on fresh tires, we'll just kind of keep an eye out for that. But both these cars are running really well. Their pilots are doing a fantastic job, and it's wow, the battle's under a second now, or right at it.
Yeah, unfortunately, watching the replay there from the SCCR car as they were being lapped by the N-Race machine, John Salmon in the SCCR car got on the power a little too aggressively coming out of Arnage and nosed it into the barrier on the outside there, which, as you may remember, comes up pretty quickly.
Yes, it does.
Sorry, I'm not sure if I had the right corner, but one of those right-handers. Maybe Mulsanne.
Yeah, Arnage is to right, the 90-degree right before the straight down to Porsche. And here comes N-Race into the pits. So that battle is now over temporarily as the pit strategies are different between both cars, but N-Race is now in the pits. That car looks really clean. I mean, they have done a great job keeping themselves out of trouble.
Yeah, great to see them racing so hard and still keeping up their safety rating at the same time. By which I'll just mention they're now on 11 incident points. I think that is still amazing after all this time.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
Thomas
well, yeah,
with none of those
per hour. A half a point per hour is pretty good on any circuit. So
got it. Juncos did pit. I'm sorry, Charlie. He pitted on lap 328. I have no idea when he last pissed. That would be a good question. Presumably around the time he got in the car, or just before. And Juan's been in the car since 298, lap 298, and it's right now lap 337. So definitely several stints at this point. That's more than two.
So in race did do a fuel stop. They took no tires, so they're double stinting the tires, which is a bit of a gamble. I don't drive the Ford enough to know if the double stinting with the high track temp is going to be conducive to fast lap times. But we'll just keep an eye on them and see what happens. But that is obviously the shortest pit stop you can take is just fuel only.
It's a smart thing at this moment, I would say.
YouTube chat.
Yeah.
I see a Porsche Sport in the YouTube chat with a very sad emoji. I'm not sure why. They are running in P2. The car looks pretty clean. So if they have any information they want to share with us, we'll be happy to use it as part of the broadcast.
For sure. I think they're chatting with somebody about it. Maybe they're just sad they're not in P1. But strong. Those guys are great competitors.
Absolutely.
And I think I heard. I was going to say when you're talking about tire stints, as giving my fish runs wide at some corner. It looks like Indianapolis. They get into the dirt there. Give me my fish. I think we were speaking with Josh Ladd, perhaps, or it was one of the Ladd guys. There's another Alex Ladd is on another one of the teams, but he told me they quadruple stinted some tires. Now that's a different car, the LP2, but he said he didn't really notice it till halfway through the last stint.
I don't think LeMans is necessarily tough on tires, so a double stint on the GTEs may not be that bad. I know I've ran the 1 hour events here in the Corvette, and a stint and a half is pretty easy with the Corvette. Like I said, I've got the Ford GT. I don't drive it very often, and I don't own the Porsche at all, so I have no idea about what it does. I just know that from talking with you talk with other drivers and you compare notes, so that's where you get information, like that the Ford doesn't, or like the Porsche doesn't like the curbs very much, and the Ford doesn't seem to have a problem with them. I think actually of the GTE cars, the one that is not present in this, the BMW, I think does the best on curbs. I think it really chews them well. And the Ferrari is just a Ferrari. I mean, it's the oldest the oldest GTE that's in here, and it's just an all-around good car. It's it likes the curbs. It's really good. It's not necessarily great in front in a tow, but it's really good when you're behind and you're being towed. It really closes up the gap well.
Indeed. The Ferrari to me feels like a new car. It was quite a while we went without any Ferraris here on the service, having been here for 9 years. It's funny to reflect that it's probably, I'm going to speculate 3 or 4 years old at this point when, we were able to start getting some more GT cars of various shapes into the service. We didn't have a lot of them for a So it's really blossomed over the last few years.
Yep. So looking at the leaders, just to check back on their gap, it looks like Fuga is back with they've made their stop, and the gap is 1:02. So if we equate that, they were 7 seconds back, roughly behind Indianapolis White. The pit cycle before, I think the gap was 1:17, if I remember correctly. So this next stop for Indianapolis White may be decisive, or may cause a change for the overall lead. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Looking at the Junko's car and kind of calculating when they're next going to be in the pit, with roughly a 14 or 15 lap stint, they should be in around lap 342. Right now they're running 339, so maybe 3 laps till the next stop from Junko's. But we'll keep an eye on that, as N-Race has just taken their stop on 337. Kind of continuing to run through the GT, sort of the field of running cars in the LMP2 category. We had gotten through 12th place, and now talk about 13th place, which is Reaper Racing. They've run into some kind of bad luck over the last 12 hours or so, as they were in 9th previously, but they're really, just a lap or so behind the nearest competition. Tom Van Turgo in the car right now, and has been in the car for about almost 20 laps now, and he's actually entering the pit lane as we speak. So we'll see if they have a driver change at this point. That looks like a couple of stints. He's been alternating with Matthew Saunders for quite some time now. The two of them have been in the car since lap 245. That being over 100 laps ago, about 115. And as I monitor them in the pit lane, feel free to call out anything else you may see going on.
Yep. I was just kind of monitoring the Juncos. It looks like they're on lap 11 of their stint. Looks like they've been doing 15 lap stints. So we should see them in the next 4 laps or so. And like you said, it'll be very interesting to see. Juan Cruz de Palma has been in the car for quite a while. He got in the car at lap 298, and it's lap 339. So he's been in for 2 full stints, it appears to be, maybe 3. So we'll see if he's going to remain in the car. Obviously, if they do a driver change, that adds I think 15 seconds to the overall pit time. While they can be doing fueling. So if they do a tire change, obviously that extends that pit. So we'll just kind of keep an eye out when they come in. Looking around the rest of the field, not seeing anything that there's not really any other battles on track right now.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, it's just everybody's kind of spaced themselves out. I see a battle we had earlier with the 2 Porsches, the 24H Moglinger, who is now working his way through the Porsche curves, was battling with Next Level Car 2, who is on the run down to the Porsche curve. So that gap is,
not too bad.
It's 10 plus seconds. That was a really good battle that ended up, like I said, we talked about a little maybe a block, maybe a punt, maybe a it
Some
ended up
tight
being
racing. Let's just call it a racing.
It was
incident at least.
It was I would definitely say it's a racing incident. Just at first, we were watching it live. We didn't roll it back or anything to kind of really analyze it. So definitely a racing incident, but it was good tight racing, and we enjoyed watching it. Because it was a good battle with SCCR over 5 or 6 laps. So we really enjoyed watching it.
Got you. Yeah. Just to catch up on Reaper Racing, they did have a driver change, Matthew Saunder in the car now. As they came out, they did come up right behind the N-Race GTE, and they were very circumspect about kind of getting on to the Mulsanne to really steam past. So clearly N-Race really kind of pedaling as hard as they can to try and maximize their opportunity to kind of do the undercut over Juncos Racing.
Right.
Continuing through the field there, 14th spot, we have Indy Autosport Red, who are 1 overall position better than they were 12 hours ago. That's a tough road, baby.
That is
12 hours. Adam Cole's in the car right now, just having taken over from Kevin Kittleman, and they are, running 10 laps down now. So probably a couple laps in arrears from Reaper Racing.
Yeah, and Turn 1 Pro, I think, had issues early also during the race. But they've, once again, you fix the car if you can fix the car, and you keep turning laps. They're only two laps behind Indy Autosport Red.
Yeah, maybe one.
Maybe one, but they're
one plus.
Yeah. They're several laps off the lead, so it's at this point it's just a matter of pride at this point to just try and get the race finished.
Well, that's right, and if someone there's still plenty of time for someone to lose a couple laps with one sad moment. So
that's correct.
They're but salute to them for persisting. Simon Rendell in the car right now. It's been in the car for about almost 25 laps or so. Marcus Romer did a long stint with Tom Held as well, driving. And we haven't seen Sebastian Samdow for quite some time. These guys had a great finish in our I think they won this class in the practice race.
I think you're right.
And us talking to him after the race at that point. But salute to those guys for persisting.
Yeah, and we have been talking about the GTE battle. Team Bushfink still in the lead in the GTE class, but I just going by memory, and obviously I was in the very early stints of the race, but the 3 cars that we've been talking about over the last few laps, Porsche Sport, MP2, Juncos in P3, and N-Race in P4 were much further down the order at the beginning of the race, and they just persisted and drove safe, clean races, and it served them very well. So I know Hexa, I think, has dropped a few spots. They were running up near the front. Team Slow Pace as well. Century Sim, their car looks pretty messed up. so they've had battles over the course of the night, but still running. Bro Sim Racing, Ronin Sim Sport. We talked about 24H and Next Level Racing and the Porsches, about 10 laps off of the lead. SCCR has had their issues, but still out on the track. The DHR teams, the Team Pro and the Team AM. The Team Pro got bit early and had quite a bit of damage they had to repair, which, like I said, put them on the back foot. And Garage 69+1 as well, I believe, had trouble at the beginning. I think Taipan Esports has just had a steady race. May not be the fastest team in the GTE class, but have just run their race and ran steady, and is still on the track running, I believe.
Yeah, talk about a beat up car. Take a look at the rear chase on their car. The front looks like it's been, definitely kind of run through the ringer over there.
Yes, yeah, that's a really scratched up and beat up Corvette. DHR Team AM has had their issues on and off throughout the race, but I'm assuming that we're talking about AM drivers. We're talking about some younger drivers, either in age or in experience, and so they're just it's once again it's kind of a race for pride to say, hey, I ran a 24-hour race at LeMans, and and we survived it and we finished it. Quality control in the GTM also, I'm sure, is probably in the same boat. Yeah, their Corvette looks like it's beat up pretty bad. But once again, I think everybody's fond of the teal. So
right.
So next level racing is not on the track anymore. So they're 122 laps down, and I think quality control. The AM car is the last car that's actually still running.
Yep, and they're in the pit lane right now.
Right,
Charlie. Yeah, they've seen better days on that paint job, but we're excited to nonetheless have them here.
Yep.
The back of the car looks great. At least the the streaks in the back are not looking bad.
Yeah, right. So it's, we talk about these the AM categories, like I said, are probably either younger drivers, either in age or experience, and quality control is actually doing a driver change. Mitchell Bott is actually in the car now, so with an hour and a half left, my guess is he'll probably finish up the race. So it's like I said, it's just good to see these guys out there, and it's an experience. If this is their first one, it's an experience they'll remember for a long time.
Yep.
And they get to tell stories at that point. I remember when I was doing the 24 hours Le Mans, and I had this in my Corvette, and we had all kind of interactions with other cars. So
I remember my first 24-hour race on the service was probably several years back. At this point, it was on the Daytona course. This was when just before we had our kind of a hiatus in the endurance racing. iRacing was trying to work out all the details, and the very next race was Sebring, and that was the last one before they had a break. They had a massive issue with a disconnect on several of the servers, many drivers not being able to get in for the start, and then the drivers joining the race and basically being in position based on how quickly they could get into the server where the race had already started. That was really a real cluster bomb, and and they literally didn't publish the results of that race. We finished the race fairly strong in our class, as I recall, but it was
so the race that didn't happen. Is that
the
what you're
race
saying?
that didn't happen. It was really frustrating because I raced many hours, and I don't quite see how they come off, suppressing your results.
Right.
But that's what happened, and then we didn't see multi-class racing for probably a year and a half.
Wow.
Maybe less than that. I didn't sit there with a timer. I think I took a break from iRacing around then as well. But certainly now they've solved those issues, and at the time, you know how iRacing's service is, people screaming about it, at them, and they just had enough and decided, okay, this is really not ready for prime time. And to give them the credit, they took it basically off the market, a feature of the service that I'm sure a lot of people were very passionate about.
Yeah, I think that was probably a smart play. You don't want to give something to somebody that doesn't work the way it's intended. I would much rather say, okay, let's hold this up. We'll get back to this. Let's get it right, and then we'll come back out there. So I'm seeing now that the Yuko's car is in the pits. They are making their pit stop. So that battle with in race will be unless there's something happening with in-race, that battle will be recommencing here very shortly.
That's right. I see a lap a distance of 34 seconds and dropping every second. Obviously,
absolutely.
As Junko's car is stationary, looking to see if they do a driver change. They may not do. I haven't seen the car go up on the jacks yet either.
I haven't either. I'm just kind of watching. I'm watching that also. I'm in the pits with them. Sounds like that they're about to go, and it looks like it's a fuel only stop for Juncos.
And they're past the end of the pit lane and accelerating away. 10 seconds away is the competitor. And let's just see. Looks like they've done it, actually with quite a healthy margin at this moment of 9 seconds on the N-Race machine.
Yep, I see N-Race now coming through the Dunlop chicane as Juncos is working their way out of the Dunlop curves on to through Tete Rouge and on to Mulsanne. So yep, there's your gap for that P3 in class as Juncos is getting passed by Free Maple Syrup and some lap traffic. I see looks like the Ronin SimSport car behind the Juncos team as a 445 car of Freaky Fast is making his way through. That is the Ronin SimSport GTE car behind Juncos. And I can just see as I'm looking that the Juncos car is making his way down to Mulsanne chicane number 2, and I can see in the distance the in-race car probably 6 to 7 seconds back. So we'll kind of, once again, that's one of those that we'll monitor because that is a podium position. If in-race can make their way back up to them. So I think that my guess would be that in-race will close that gap as their own lighter fuel load, so they should be able to do faster lap times, even though, and both cars are on old tires, if I remember. Neither one took tires on the last stop. So with an hour and a half left, that may be a very interesting battle. Let's go back up and look at, oh wow, we need to go back and look at the leaders. Because we just had a change for position. Fuga SimSport is now in the overall race lead over Indy Autosport. So Fuga with Patrick Pelchat in the car has just passed Indy Autosport White coming out of the Ford chicane. Indy Autosport White with Daniel Civisabo driving, and I hope I pronounced that at least close to correct, as they're working their way down into Tete Rouge. So now we have Fuga in the lead of the overall.
Very interesting here, guys. Just going to try and identify where we had the big change. I'm back. I go back. It looks like lap 398 was when the big action happened. Looking at lap times and stuff to see what may have happened, if anything, to bring those guys closer together, because they were, what were we saying, about a minute apart at one point.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, there was the gap was I believe after the I think Fuga is actually on an earlier pit cycle, so I think the gap was 8 seconds, 7 to 8 seconds prior to this. Then Fuga pitted, and so now that Indy has done their pits, it looks like the undercut strategy is working for Fuga. We'll see what happens. It's going to be down to when that last pit cycle is going to be. So
Yeah,
it's
that's
going to be
an
interesting to
interesting
watch the
question.
last of the race.
That's right.
Yep. So we'll see, because I don't know what either one of these team strategies are, but if they're doing 11 laps, it's about, I think, 35 minutes per pit cycle. Then I think that the Indy team is probably right on for a final full fuel run to end the race, and Fuga may have to come in for a splash, and that may be the difference in the overall win. As Fuga is making his way through lap traffic.
Though it's opened up a little bit there.
Through that corner coming down to Fort Chicane. Yep. So if you've got your timing up, if you can tell us the gap between the two.
Yeah, we're seeing 1.4 at this point, about a second and a half. There's definitely, the Pelchat has pulled out, a little bit of a buffer here, but just looking at the overall, it's been a good second half of the last lap for Patrick, as he's pulled out. It looks like a second or so on that part alone, and as we saw that, or could see if we were looking at it, it looks like we are kind of looking at it. In the server, I'm looking on the replay, and they are showing this battle, which is good. Again, our apologies to all for our lack of control over the race computer. We will work out these issues before the next round. But now the gap's widened up to 2.2, and these guys have been in clear air for the last, beginning of this lap, last portion of the lap, and it just looks like, for whatever reason, Daniel does not quite have the oomph here. Let's compare top speed here on the Mulsanne. I'll take a moment to just kind of scroll back and see where they got to. I'm topping out at 332 kph for Daniel, and for Fuga, Patrick Pelchat, we're looking at 329. So actually a little slower, if I remember it. I think that's right. So not much between them. I mean, that's 0.3% or something, and just at the very end. But yeah, Daniels has clawed back a little bit on that last lap, on that last sector. Yep. Now we're back to 2.1. So it's tight, and I think you're right, Charles. It will come down to sort of the pit windows and where they fall.
Yeah, I'm looking to see. I see Drew Becker is watching the race broadcast. I want to see if he is in. Yep, he is. I want to see if I can get Drew in here for a quick interview. If I can type properly.
That's right. Give it a shot there, Charlie. Again, working through lab traffic around Arnage, always a challenge. Indianapolis-Arnage combo has been lethal over the last period here in the race. I'm sure Daniel may be extremely tired. Both drivers may be extremely tired. So this is just one of those things where you're stretched to your limits after 24 hours or almost 24 hours in this case of competition.
So I'll put a message out to Drew and see if he wants to come in and talk to us for just a minute. He's in, I think you said Indiana. Is that correct? So it's a lovely 8:15 a.m. for him. So
checking back in on the GTE battle for third, it looks like N-Race has closed it down a little bit to less than 5 seconds up to the Juncos machine. So in sight once more.
So yeah, that's that battle is going to be. I think that battle is going to be very similar to the overall battle, where it's going to be a pit strategy. See how that plays out. And
yeah, with their stints being a little longer too, that's going to be interesting. It's actually usually about a 1 hour stint in those cars, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, somewhere around 40 to 45 minutes, I believe.
Yeah, it's not the full hour, is it? Because
right.
Yeah, at about 3:40 or 3:35 a lap times 15 laps, that would come a little bit short there.
Right.
That'll be interesting looking at their most recent pit times. The third place Juncos machine pitted on lap 3:43, and the other car pitted 6 laps earlier, 3:37.
Right.
Yep. So I would imagine the later pitting car has a slight advantage, but that especially being ahead as well. So.
Yep. Yeah, and that I just saw that on my screen, and that battle with Juncos N-Race is tightening back up again. Once again, I think the N-Race guys are halfway through their fuel stint, so the car is going to be a bit quicker than the Porsche.
Yeah, and honestly, this is one of the hardest things to do after this much racing. You've just been driving so long to have to, gut out a tight battle and keep the car on the track. It's so much harder than it sounds.
Yes. Yeah, especially we were talking the driver for the Juncos team has been in there for quite a while now. He's been in there for I think this is his third stint. So so you're talking about an hour, working on an hour and a half or a little more.
Most of 2 hours, I would think. Yeah.
Yep. So this track is nice and wide, but when you're getting past left and right and center, it is taxing.
Yep. So 2 cars between the 2 competitors right now, as I can see it on the track. One LMP2, I think, just making it through. So now just another lapped GTE in between the pair, that of Jason Dixon of Taipei Esports Endurance, running down in 15th in class, and looks like about 14 laps behind this battle.
So I see Drew in the YouTube chat. So I've messaged him on Discord. Now I've messaged him on YouTube to check his Discord. So we'll see if we can get him in here for a brief chat to talk without giving up trade secrets. We'll see if he can just come in and give us a little discussion about their about where they are in the race and what they're going to have to do at the end.
I think that'd be great. Now down to 3.5 in this GTE battle, 3.5 seconds between the 2 competitors. Thomas Santos certainly pedaling for all he's worth. See.
It looks like Fuga has come in for their pit stop, so they're back to a 52-second gap between them and Indy Autosport White.
Yeah, let's take a look. It's now we've got about 1 hour 15 minutes left in the race, so presumably just one more stop for them, right? Aren't we looking at about a 45-minute run, or is it a little bit less?
It's going to be. Let's see. It's going to be really close, but I think that's at least their intention is one more stop to finish the race. Another full fuel run. And then, so we'll see what, see how it all works out. Going back and checking in with the battle for the GTE P3 between Juncos and N-Race, and the gap is tighter still. So once again, that's going to be another one of those where see which pit strategy is going to work out. Yeah, the gap is probably 3 seconds. 3.5 seconds, maybe, to 4 seconds. So they brought that down from, what was it, 9, I think, when after the Juncos car cycled out of the pits.
Yeah, yep, that's right, Charlie. Yeah, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, N-Race just did a 3:52.6. So that's a properly quick lap.
Yeah, they're really, like I said, pedaling for all they're worth over there. Juncos, I'm just not getting their lap times for whatever reason. But if I take a look at,
I don't know if I
relative
know
helps. It's 3:56.859. So that's considerably slower, more than 4 seconds slower on that lap.
Yeah,
if I'm reading that right, it could be the information is not completely reliable though.
Right. Yeah, I think that iRacing will not score the lap if they've got an off track. I don't know about, because off tracks are, obviously pretty rare around LeMans. It's not one of those that you'll tend to collect a lot of it. So I don't know what it does with slowdowns. So I don't know if that factors into it.
Yeah,
or not.
he could have pulled a slowdown somewhere. Looking at Juan, he's got only 7 incident points. Doesn't correspond with the number of laps I have on him that are unfilled. If I look at the lap report right in the sim, usually you see everybody's lap times, but I get a bunch of dashes for him. Last 2 laps, no time was picked up into my sim, so I'm a little bit sort of
looking at MJR.
Can't figure it out.
Yeah. As and I think also if they're having issues, if they have a couple of blinks, I think that also causes issues with iRacing timing.
Right. Well, that could be it, but I'm seeing a pretty solid image from them. They haven't been popping around. I mean, I know what that looks like. So I'm looking at, actually doing my math at 11 laps stint for the LMPs, which I think is right. That's coming out to be about a 36 minute 20-second run. So that's that calls things into question here. I think with an hour and 15 minutes left in the race, that if we double that, right?
Hour 10. Yep, that's right.
If we double that,
it's going to be close.
I should be able to do the math here. That's like an hour and 12. So that's
hour 12.
That is, there's extra time on the pit stop, right? So an extra, minute. That might help them get to the end in this case. 100. That gives about a little short of an hour 14. So, golly, this is going to be exciting to watch the end. Whereas I would say, the cars pitting a little later is going to have a little bit of an advantage there. I think that in the Autosport White, with 6 laps later on the pit cycle, or having pitted 6 laps previously, so maybe 5 laps later than Fuga, they're going to be well within the window. I'm afraid. Not try and ruin the end of the race. But it's going to be close. We're going to see if Fuga can pull that out, and it may be a race off pit road kind of thing on the last pit stop. See who's where.
And I actually just got a hold of Drew, so.
See some information coming in from race control about a black flag. It looks like there has been a penalty against Give Me My Fishback Racing.
Yeah, that's the second one they've had here recently. So
it's based on what happened. It looks like there was an incident at the second Mulsanne chicane, and we'll try to get a little more detail on that.
See if I did get with Drew, so see if he can come into the RC waiting room. We'll drag him in here, and we'll. Or I'm sorry, I was pulling in the wrong one, but
yeah, he should be able to enter the driver waiting room, interview waiting room himself, I believe. Okay. So good on it.
Nope, he's in there. Hang up. I'll be right back.
All right, great.
Hey, Colin. All right. So we've got Drew Becker in here from Indy Auto Sport White. Hey, Drew, how's it going this morning?
Not too bad. Just having some fun. How about you guys?
Yeah. Hey, it's 8:30 where I am also. So, it's I've been up since 4:30. So it's been a fun morning so far. I know that you guys are a 3-man team, so I'm sure that you're pulling a lot of duty, but you guys are spread out all over the place. So I think it's a little bit easier for you. So I think Lockie is he ran most of the afternoon, so that made it kind of better, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, him being out in Australia kind of makes it a little bit nicer because he's able to stay up through the afternoon or really the night for us. But we're just kind of splitting things up based on what we see happening on the track. Who's faster? Who's got the pace at the moment? So nothing too crazy, but getting it done.
And what's your prediction for the end of the race, if I could ask? How does it look?
So right now, it's too close to call at the moment. Right now, it looks like what's going to happen. So they're quad stinting tires with Patrick in the car, and chances are that we're going to come out potentially maybe 2 or 3 seconds in front of them on the last pit stop. They might have to do. Sorry, they asked me to turn off this, but they might have to do a splash and dash. We might as well. It just kind of depends on how much fuel I think both teams are able to save. But right now, I think it's just going to come down to a sprint race for the last couple laps.
Yeah, it looks really exciting. Go ahead, Charlie.
Yeah, I was going to say that's what we're looking for. We're looking for that those last lap battles, and that's really what we've been talking about the last few minutes was both you guys, and there's a couple of GTE battles as well that it looks like it's going to come down to who's got to take the last little bit of fuel in order to finish the race to determine everything.
Exactly. Yeah, it's going to be a fun one, I think. So we're pretty excited. We got Danny in the car right now. We're about to put Loki back in and see what kind of lap times he can pull out. So.
Well, I want to say thank you for pronouncing his name for us, because that was one of the things that we've been talking about was how you actually pronounce it. So Loki. So all right, well, Loki, the god of mischief, in the LMP1 car.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I mean, and exciting to hear that he'll get back in the car. Will that cost a little time on the pit stop? I guess not. The fuel takes long enough, eh?
Exactly. We're gonna have 2 tires, obviously, with the driver swap, but I think it's gonna be comfortable enough because from what we're looking at, I believe that Fuga's gonna have to take another tire at the stop as well.
All right.
So it should be relatively even. But we're not too
we'll
worried
be
about
watching it closely. It's going to be exciting.
Hey,
We're hoping so.
As we look
absolutely.
back on the whole day and the entire race, you guys have any thoughts? I mean, we were following you early in the race and watching you struggle to kind of get a lap back against what was then sort of the dominant car, the Freedom Maple Syrup. Spent so much time at the front.
Yeah, it kind of took us a little bit of time to get our rhythm in. We started at the back of the pack. I didn't have a great qualifying, so we just kind of stuck with what we know. I mean, we've got a couple 24-hour wins under our belt in the official series and in some other charity races and such. So our strategy is just kind of be consistent and avoid wrecks, and that's kind of been the plan, and it's worked for us so far. So like we saw at the Freedom Maple Syrup, I think they lost their whole front end at about midnight last night.
Yeah.
As well as Fuga had the same issue. So we just we saw it as a stroke of luck, and just kind of ran with it.
We've all been at this for about 24 hours, give or take a few hours of sleep. So we'll excuse you on that one.
Right. Yeah, well, we saw in our preseason race that Loki was stupidly fast in the LMP1 car. When he set that lap time that would have been 5th fastest in the world record books for iRacing. So, even though you guys kind of started a little bit lower in the field, we knew that he was going to be fast when he got in the car. So we were kind of expecting you guys to do something, and it turns out that you didn't disappoint.
Yep. He actually owns the fastest race lap time at the moment. So he's definitely up there.
That's crazy. Hey, Drew, we appreciate your time. We're going to let you get back to your team for the last hour of this race. But thanks for coming in and sitting in with us.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Thanks for hosting everything, guys. Again,
Have a great day.
It was a lot of fun.
Thank you very much.
And we look at Loki Brown's actually exiting the pits as we speak, back in the car here. And that's going to be, potentially, I guess, their most competitive play as far as closing out the race.
So as we were talking about this, I was had my screen up with the most exciting, and so another thing that we have watched during the course of the race, in the GTE field, has actually passed Junko's own track. So they are now in that final podium position for the GTE class.
Wow, great stuff.
Yep. So I know that they still have at least within 1 hour left. I've probably got at least one more pit stop. So that battle's not quite over yet. But it's going to be fun to see. That's going to be another battle we get to watch during the last hour of this race. We're at 1 hour left of this 24-hour monstrosity that is LeMans. So we're watching all the different battles and strategies kind of play out that have been in the books probably since the very beginning of this. And of course, plans change as always based on things that happen in the race. But it's fun to see some really epic battles going on track for serious positions.
Yeah, I've scrolled myself back to that battle to see what's going on, and it looks like at around the first chicane on lap 349, Thomas Senko catches and pulls up to the rear end of the Junko's machine, and as we kind of move along and into the second chicane, he's right on his butt. And going down that last straight, I see he pulls out. They come to the right-hander, and wow, the Juncos machine goes a little wide at Mulsanne corner, and still in front, and honestly pressing the other car to the edge of the track into the sort of red lined lane. Basically, what I think of as the gutter, but then going around the kink. Wow, Thomas took the position. They're hard and tight into the approach to Indianapolis, but wow, great racing by both, very close racing, and we saw it coming. The N-Race Esports machine had some pace at this moment in the race over the Juncos machine, and pulled it out now, and right now we're looking at 2.3 seconds between the two.
Right, and we will be seeing, I think N-Race will be coming in. Let me see if I can get their scoring up. They should be coming in for pit pretty soon.
Yep, we should be around lap 352, 351 as they last pitted on 337. So,
okay.
And then 6 laps later, the Juncos machine again. They probably hold a slight advantage, having pitted a little bit later. But we'll see. That may not be enough.
Right. So we're saying 353, which is about another 3 laps, which will get you another 10 minutes. That'll put them very close to a.
Yeah, they may make it.
They may make it. That's going to be very tight, though. I feel pretty good that the Porsche team, I think when they come in, their next fuel stint or fuel will be, if 15 laps, it's going to be about 360. So that should put them well in the window.
Yeah, and they'll be able to gain a couple seconds by short filling there, I would think, which
right,
very exciting.
I'm sorry, I did that. That's actually they're going to come in at 358, so not 360.
Right.
So, but still, with less than an hour left, we've got some pretty massive battles on track. For, like I said, for points and for at this point, we've got a nice battle for money at the very top of this. So with Fuga in the lead over Indy Autosport White, and then we talked about Loki Brown back in the car. We'll see what his lap times come out at. So Patrick Pelchat in Fuga, his last lap was a 3:17.5, which is pretty quick. So we'll see Loki as he's coming through Arnage. We'll kind of see what their first lap looks like after their pit stop. And I did hear a call out in the voice chat for stewards for Freedom Maple Syrup, so we'll see if anything comes out of that as well. As Loki's coming through the 4 chicanes to end his lap. 3:18.5 on that first lap out on new tires and fuel.
Yep, the other team did a 3:18.9 their last time by the line, according to my data. So obviously both guys pedaling hard.
Yeah, absolutely. 25-second gap between Fuga and Indy Autosport White. Excuse me.
And Loki being very careful around the lap traffic, getting past the freaky fast guys in the LMP2 while approaching the Mulsanne straight Grenadiers. And now in the clear for a few seconds. It's going to be, lap traffic is going to play a role here for sure, as this could come down to seconds on the final fills for each team, and all that stuff factoring into what could be a photo finish. We'll see.
Absolutely. So I was just looking, we know Car 40, the Give Me My Fish Back Racing, has had a couple of stop and goes in the last hour or so, a couple of hours of racing. So I just wanted to see what the gap was to Leo Racing Team, and it looks like Leo is about to go another lap down to Fuga, who is coming by them now, which I think puts them, I think Leo technically is on the same lap as Give Me My Fish Back Racing, but they're on the very tail of the same lap. So
yeah, I'm counting the laps. Looking at the lap counter, I see Leo on lap 378 and Give Me My Fish is on lap 379. I'm not sure. It looks like
yep.
Give Me My
So
Fish
Leo
is just going through Arnage.
Yeah. So Leo is actually is on the straight going into Porsche curves, and Give Me My Fish Back, I think, was they're just now entering there, so they're actually almost a full lap.
Almost 2 laps difference, I think. One's on a lower lap count.
Yep, I think that's right. We have a problem. So I'm looking, and Loki Brown has had a throughput, which means their car.
It means he's disconnected while in the car. I saw him disappear from my screen, and that frankly probably spells disaster for that team. I see their car now in the pit lane,
and now in tow.
The car.
So
they're gonna get a long tow. That is a shame to kind of have the end of the race affected by that kind of a situation.
Yeah, that's a terrible result, because I know we were both looking forward to the end of this race, and they don't know where they were on the track when he disconnected. So let me see if we can rewind it enough to get back to it.
When this kind of thing happens, to me, I just have it feels so unfair, and it is. I just tend to liken it to the situation which you see sometimes in the Le Mans series, where the cars completely lose power while they're out on the track. I've seen that happen where guys have had to stop and just reboot the car, and that's crazy too. It's very. Actually, it's funny to me in a sort of offhand way, because it's like it's a computer playing a role again, as it has right here. So
he was coming through. Yeah, I'm sorry. He was coming through the first Mulsanne chicane. So that's at least
most of a lap. It's going to be
8 minute tow.
8 minute, yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because you've got the tow is. Obviously, you're not going at race pace, so
no, it's not, and it's further there, I guess. And I'm used to it being like a little more than a lap to get a full lap tow, but so I was thinking more like a max of 4 or 5 minutes. But you probably have more experience with it at this track, so that's really sad.
Yeah, I think the tow around here is significant if you're off a full lap. So I think it's not good. Let's put it like that. So that essentially takes them out of the win, the hunt for the win, which is like I said, it's horrible, because I mean they were running an absolutely great race. We had just talked with Drew, who is now in the car waiting for the car to be towed back, so he can start. I guess the only good thing is when you disconnect like that, it's not like a hardware failure where you just lose control of your car and drive into the nearest barrier. Oh,
Right.
so Drew is back out on the track. So the tow is over. So it was not as significant as I thought it was going to be. But still, they are going to be
quite a bit down.
Yeah, it says 2:38 at the last timing, 2 minutes and 38 seconds. So I guess and they're even probably outside of the pit window, so they'll probably have to stop again for fuel.
Yep, it's tough. I mean, it seems like inevitable that they may finish second at this point. My heart goes out to you guys. And I'm sure Fuga didn't want to kind of win it that way, but sometimes a win is a win. We'll see. We'll see. They have to make it through. The next.
There's still 48 minutes left.
Yeah, 48 plus minutes, right? Whatever the last lap will be. Yeah.
Yeah. So Zelios in the YouTube chat says that as actually not. They won't be with the cars we were talking about earlier that were who was it?
The LMP2, P6 and 7.
Yeah, P6 and 7. That's actually under a lap. So depending on pit strategies, that may put them back in play. And so we'll just kind of keep an eye on that. We want to see. We want to see some good finishes. I hate, like I said, we talked about Indy Autosport White having just a great race. So hate seeing that for them. But Juncos and InRace are still battling, and that battle is not over yet because both have another pit stop to make. So we'll see how that works out.
Yeah, Patrick Pelchat right now working the Mulsanne straight on his lap 410, and the Indy Autosport White guys working lap 409 for them. So it looks like they may have lost almost a full lap with Drew going through Indianapolis right now. Just maybe sort of quarter lap ahead, right, or so.
So
tough break.
Fuga just came through Arnage, and they're on the run down to Porsche Curbs. I'm sorry, I take that back. They're actually on the run down to Mulsanne Corner. I'm sorry, I had that.
It's easy to do. Those straights all look the same, Charlie.
yeah. Now they're in Arnage. Okay, so now we know where we are. So there's a couple of them. If you're looking at the TV view, that you get different angles than if you're behind the wheel of the car.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
It's,
Yep, Indy Autosport White just coming around to finish their lap 409, and Fuga will be is in the Porsche Curves and about to finish their lap 410. So yeah, I mean, seems like again, where they've got to get through 45 minutes more of this race. So let's not quite.
Yeah, we're not
sound the
book
funeral bell
yet. So that's right. Because especially with throughputs, you never know what the iRacing servers are going to do. So, so if they start having issues, it could easily happen to any other team out here. It doesn't matter. You could be sitting in the room next to the server and have problems. So,
it's one of those bugaboos again. I just like to kind of think of it in terms of there's a bunch of different mechanical things that can happen wrong with a car that we don't have to suffer with. So this is kind of one of the only things we have to worry about. I don't know how. I don't think it's real fair way to justify it either way, especially when you're on the receiving end. But I just we don't have random mechanical failures that aren't related to contact or problems in the race car for the most part, right? I don't think that exists in the iRacing world. So you can imagine
we're not at the mercy of a $2
grommet. Yeah, right. Something,
right.
some weird thing. I mean, I remember one time I had to actually take the engine out of my VW Squareback and replace literally a 59-cent little half ring that controlled I think it was something with the transmission. It was the tiniest little part. I mean, it looked like a key ring basically, and I had to take the whole engine out just to get that fixed. So that kind of stuff is
yep,
not something we have to deal with, I guess, in our virtual world. So that's lovely.
Correct.
But,
yep.
The only thing we really have is the disco, right?
Right. Yep. Yeah. The blinking cars, and that's always your nemesis.
Yeah. And to be fair, I haven't seen too many blinking cars on my end. I mean, I have I have the luxury of being in the northeast corridor of the U.S. in New York City, and my connection to Boston is incredibly good in general. I have a 33 ping to the server, so
there you
go. That does make a difference. As I look through the ping, I don't see anyone with less than sort of 58, maybe 66, and that's actually Fuga just showed a 58. So they're in Canada. Or Patrick is in Canada. He's driving potentially from Toronto or somewhere like that. Which is
yeah. I mean, I'm in the city, but I'm not in a big city, so it's
right.
So I usually have a pretty good connection. I don't usually have issues with it. So, but yeah, it's you're at the mercy of some electrons going across a wire.
Yep. Across several oceans in some cases, or is it
absolutely case? So. Yeah, so it's we're halfway around the world as we're talking about with Loki. So yeah, you will run into issues. It looks like I was looking as Fuga coming into the pits the long way, apparently, or a shortcut, I guess, depending on how you look at it. So I'm not sure if he maybe mistimed their fuel stint, if they maybe forgot they needed to pit. I'm just sitting here looking at Frito maple syrup, and looks like they have had some rear end damage. There's their wing is all kind of messed up. So Fuga's in
for what may be their last stop, right?
What may be their last stop is going to be really close. And I'm just kind of looking to see if they're doing tires or driver change. Doesn't look like they're doing a driver change, but we'll see.
Yeah, Alex Davidson in the Freedom Maple Syrup car going very slowly on track. Just one of the LMP2s just cruised by, and so I got to wonder what's going on with the car. If there's an incident on this lap, and he may be heading for the pits. The front right of the car also looks a little bit crumpled. If I'm not mistaken.
Sure. I did hear Reggie Robertson call out for a steward earlier.
Well, that was some time ago. Yeah.
Right.
If he's going this slowly, yeah, he's heading for the pit lane right now. I don't see any glitch in the lap times previously.
So Fuga did come back. They're back out out of the pits now. It doesn't appear that they took tires. It looks like it was a fuel-only stop. Patrick Pelchat is still in the car. So we'll just kind of keep an eye on that battle, because that battle, once again, it's still 40 minutes left in the race, so we don't know what may happen in that last 40 minutes. We'll keep an eye out for it. So I want to go back to our, looks like Juncos is back in P3 and GTEs, which means that N-Race has probably made their pit stop.
That's right. They pitted on lap 351, currently working lap 354. So the gap right now, last I have here is a 51-second gap up to Juncos. It's gonna really be touch and go to see how that one plays out.
Right. Yep. So we'll keep an eye on that, because that seems that's going to be potentially our other battle. But once again, that Ford GT of N-Race is still looking very pristine. As I'm sitting here looking at their car, it's just they've had a magnificent race. Yeah, car is just clean all the way around. So they've done just a great job of keeping all the corners square on that Ford.
Yep, and Juan Cruz de Palma of Juncos looks like he's got about 4 laps to go to his pit stop. We're expecting him on lap 358, as previously mentioned. He's working lap 354 right now. I do want to take a moment and look at the P6-7 battle in the LMP2 class that was mentioned in the chat. Let's see what we can see there. Right now, I'm seeing P6 is stage 1 racing. And yeah, they've got 2.9 seconds over Julius Brown in the Shawshank racing car right now. So that is a battle that we should keep an eye on.
Absolutely, that's going to be another one of our battles, and that's it's a points position. So yep, that's definitely something we watch.
Let's go through the
Kisleco is FFW Kisleco is just crossing the start-finish line, so they're on the same lap, it appears. But
yeah,
they
about
are
50 seconds back, it looks like.
Right.
But that's exciting up there in 6th and 7th. But going through this part of the field, and we'll keep an eye on that. Give Me My Fish Back is still ahead, working lap 383. Leo is working lap 382, about to start lap 383. So they may actually be technically. No, they're not on the same lap. Well, they're literally actually just up the road from Give Me My Fish Back, who are virtually about to lap them, I guess. So they are technically on the same lap at the moment, but that may change, and we'll see. 83, and Give Me My Fish is working 384. So I take back everything that I just said about them being on the same lap. It's late in race hours.
It is.
Aquiver Motorsports working lap 382, so another lap behind the front of that field, 2 laps back. TC Corsa from the team from Japan is working lap 381, another lap back. So it looks like no one there really in proximity to each other. And then we go another. Also on lap 381 is Venom Works, and they're still, if I look at where they are, they're in the beginning of the lap, just entering the Mulsanne, while the TC Corsa Esports group is on. Looks like chicane number 2 of the Mulsanne. So not that far. That's like about 50 seconds or maybe a little more, if I remember right. So so one mistake there could change that picture.
Absolutely.
And then we're into the 6th place car, and that's where we have the fun going on. As I pull back, it's now a 2.7, 2.6 gap as they're both working through the final chicane onto the front straight. And then, as we were saying, another 50 seconds, 52 seconds back to be precise, the Kislenko, FFW Kislenko. I don't know if that stands for fast forward. I really couldn't tell you. There's probably a reason for it. But Kirill Lobanov in the car right now. And finishing it out for them, presumably. Further down the field, 9th place, Ronan Simsport are there in 9th, and they're just 15 or 14 seconds ahead of Freaky Fast with Mark Winkler at the wheel. And for Ronan, we have Shinya Machimi, our weather tech. Ringer. It's it. Then 11th place, Team Bushfink, also on the same lap. They're about 17 seconds behind Ticehurst, or ahead. Well, let me just take a look at this. I guess it's the positions are swapped, but the 12th place car, Andy Ticehurst of Quality Control, seems to be ahead as Blankers in the Team Bushfink car may have just pitted. I'm thinking that's what happened. Yeah, he's on his outlap. Actually, yeah, he's on his outlap.
Yeah, it looks like quality control is going down into Mulsanne 2, and Team Bushfink is just now going through Mulsanne 1. So,
Exactly.
and he's a little
shaky
little
there,
squirrely.
right?
Yep.
Little squirrely.
Little cold tires and full fuel, and we're getting back into the groove. So it's one of those things you have to just kind of pay attention to when you get back out on the track after a pit stop.
Yeah, I mean, quality control looks like they will be pitting in just a couple laps here, as they last pitted lap 370 and currently working lap 378 or so. That this may swap back before the end of the race. Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean, further back than 13th, we have Reaper Racing.
Oh, so Yunkos is in the pits now. I think that's a little early, but maybe they're saying we're going to take full fuel now and get the pit stop out of the way. In-race esports is coming in to the Ford chicane now to end their lap, and Yunkos is just now exiting the pits. So this is probably assuming that in-race can finish the race. This is going to be the tight battle, and it's going to be very close.
I see a 7-second gap right now.
Yep.
Very exciting. Go ahead, Charlie. Sorry.
Nope, that's okay. Nope, that's exactly what we're talking about. Is just we're going to monitor that gap and see what happens. So we do have a couple battles on the track that we can keep an eye on. So it's always good. I do see that just as an update, Indy Autosport White is a minute and a half behind Fuga.
As it settles out, okay.
As it settles out, and like I said, I think we're thinking that Indy Autosport will have to pit again after that disconnect and tow. I don't think they had enough fuel in the car to finish the race. So
I think when you get a tow, you usually get the opportunity to fill up, don't you? I think that's what happened.
it was still. I think but it was still 50 minutes left when they came in, or something like that. So it's going to be outside of that.
Quite enough time. It was 36 minutes we were talking about. Indeed. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. Yep. Thomas St. Todt in the N-Race machine now has another 7 seconds to claw back here in the last. What do we have? 32 minutes. We will see how he does with that. He has right now between him and the Junkos machine, we have Jake Donald in the Ronin Simsport car, who's in 8th place in class. And looks like he has his car is pretty clean except for a nice little dent in the rear wing, which the modeling of these things so amusing to me. It's usually sort of like a cartoon, but it is what it is.
I call those the Art Deco wing.
That's right.
So it's all angles. So it's just it's what you would normally see as curves and ridges and bumps and stuff. It's just okay. We'll throw a 30-degree angle there and make that. That's it. So. So I'm looking at the Yunkos car, and he's just saw the in-race car coming through Mulsanne corner. So they're both down on the run to Indianapolis. I'm not sure what that straight's called. I'm sure it has a name because everything at LeMans has a name. I just don't know what it's called though. So if anybody wants to throw that in chat, we'll be happy to use that going forward for the next 30 minutes. So
the track map I copied from the Wikipedia site does not name that straight, but thought it might have something to do with the bridge under the kink.
I think I saw somebody call it the Toyota Coca-Cola straight, but I'm not sure that's the proper name for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure that. It really depends who's sponsoring this year, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Gap showing at 7.0 on my screen right now. Bumping between 7 and 7. 7.1. And Juan, I'm sure his goal is to keep it on the road first and foremost, and he's got good pace, and we'll see how they compare here on this stint, as things could be a little different.
So this is his. I think he's still on his out lap from the final pit stop.
Yep, catching a little dirt coming out of the final corner.
And then there's the Ronin Simsport. I think that's the Ronin Simsport GTE car behind them. That looked like he took the gravel coming out of it was Jake Donald and the Ronin Simsport. The gravel coming out of the Ford chicane, which puts him into the clutches of the in-race Ford GTE car.
Oh, and that's horrible for Thomas Van Todt. I mean, I'm sure he feels a little bit held up there, coming under the Dunlop Bridge with this guy, with another car right in front, you know, and trying to do the right thing, you know, and keep his car intact. Definitely has cost him a couple tenths, I think.
Yeah, I would think so.
Minimum.
Yeah, that's one of those. You know, when we talk about the no passing zones, that's probably one of those that you have to be pretty precise. And we talked about it. The Tete Rouge it's a very precision oriented corner that you have to. You don't have a lot of room, inside or outside, to make mistakes there. I think that was what actually happened with the Freedom Maple Syrup team. Is they said that Reggie come out of the pits and caught the inside curb of Tete Rouge, and of course, you know, once the tires are up in the air, you can't really control the car at that point, and so it just did a lot of damage. To him. So
tough luck there. Well, looking at this right now, it looks like the Juncos machine is pulled out about a second and a half now. Additional on the end race car, who is seriously a little bit falling back from Jake Donald's car over this sequence of chicanes on the Mulsanne, which is a little bit of a surprise to me. But you know, who knows? Maybe just maybe a drink bottle fell in his lap.
Thanks to Zelios in the chat. We were looking at the Stage 1 Shawshank battle, and as we were watching the other ones, I saw a car off to the right of out of Arnage. It was an LMP2 car that looked like they towed back, and that is the Shawshank Racing car, who is now in the pits. So the battle between them and Stage 1 appears to be over.
No, that's really tough, guys.
Yep.
Really
so
tough.
Kislenko is doesn't look like they're in a position. Yeah, it moved up a spot, but I don't think they're in a position unless something happens to Stage 1 to move up any further.
Right.
Of course, you know, still have 25 minutes left in the race, so anything can happen. But just want to give the viewers an update.
Yeah, I'm trying to swing back to the Shawshank car and see if I can find what happened, but not a good, lap for those guys, clearly. Yeah, my screen goes blank partly through what I think is... here we go. They're right on the back bumper of the other car here as I'm watching the replay on lap 380. And of course it goes blank as they're going to as they're closing in on the Mulsanne. I don't know, guys. If anyone else there in the chat knows how to fix the issue when you've got 64 cars selected and nothing, and everything should be drawn, and yet it isn't. We've seemed to have that issue with some of the cars, some of our replay teams' machines. Some of them are working fine and some of them are not. Again, it really everything should be drawn. Draw all cars as selected both in the graphics and the replay screen. But when we go back to look at it, it's not there. So if anyone has any insight. Oh, you had a disconnect out of nowhere. I'm looking at the race chat, and I think the driver there is telling us that that's why he may have dropped off of my my screen. It's because he disconnected. So he's not the Indy Autosport, not the only one to receive the dreaded disco. It's just tough in the last hour of a race like this after, kind of no problems all throughout. I have no idea why that would happen. But I guess people are firing up their computers on a Sunday morning in North America. I really don't know. Bandwidth is starting to take a toll. Who knows? So, looking through the LMP, the GTE field one final time as we're in the last half hour of the race, 23 minutes to go by my trusty timing screen. We have Team Bushfink continuing to lead there, running lap 362. Yari Tallgren in the car, who we actually spoke with earlier in the broadcast. Very exciting to have him take the car home. I'm sure he's stoked. Their car looks flawless. I mean, one day I'll have a 24-hour race where my car is flawless at the end. That day has not yet occurred. Then, they're working lap 362. The Porsche Sport guys are working lap 360, just at the end of their lap 360, so almost 2 laps down, I would guess. Somewhere in the region between 1 and 2 laps down on Bushfink, which has had just a tremendous pace the entire race. I mean, they've been out front for so long, I can't even count. Then in third place, we've talked about it so much, the Juncos Racing battle. Now the gap is somewhere between 6 and 7 seconds, so N-Race has made up a little bit of time. We'll come back to that soon. N-Race in fourth at the moment. Hexa Racing Team Purple running in the 5th spot, and they're running lap 358. Maxime Group. Maybe there's a silent T in that name, but sorry, as we have been all race long, we're just lowly Americans who barely know how to pronounce people's names from other countries. Now, let me just say that Charlie and I are both pretty cosmopolitan compared to some Americans, but there are limits. So we apologize for any butcherage. The Hexa car showing a bent back wing, the Art Deco back wing, as Charlie calls it. And working through the final corners of the course, gracefully allowing prototypes through left and right. Team Slow Pace running in the 6th spot, another lap down, just starting their lap 358. They have a beautiful red and yellow livery, it looks like, and their Corvette is pretty flawless from a visual perspective. I don't know if they're dealing with any kind of residual damage. I don't see it. The rear end actually looks a little scratched up. It's got that scratched paint look that iRacing loves to lay on us. Century Sim Racing running in the 7th spot there. Now they're a few more laps down, running lap 355 in their Porsche, which definitely has a lovely Art Deco wing on it today. But they're doing a great job. The 6th place is an extremely respectable finish after 24 hours. Then we have Ronan Simsport with Jake Donald. We were talking about him a little earlier as he circulates. It looks like Thomas Santos still running behind him and actually just coming up behind him now as they work through one of the chicanes. Bro Sim Racing running in the 9th spot, 8 laps down to the class leader. Their Corvette is showing quite a bit of the underpaint under the beautiful red. There's some scratches on the front, so they've definitely been through the ringer. I'm sure the back wing low looks very nice. So, Eudes Cyril is driving that car, bringing it home for the team. Then we have Next Level in 10th, 11 laps down with Eric Verlet at the wheel. 24-hour Moglinger and Hilfe with Yannick Blake at the wheel. They've got the beautiful teal type livery, aqua color, and an Art Deco back wing. It's a nice feature, Charlie. I'm telling you.
It really is.
SCCR running in 12th, 13 laps down. DHR Team Pro with Mateus Laced in 13th, 14 laps down. And Garage 69 plus 1 running 16 laps down. We appreciate everyone's persistence as we get to this stage of the grid or the standings. Jason Dixon, the Taipan Esports Endurance. I remember last night looking up that word, and it actually is a snake. It's prevalent in Asia, a venomous snake, the Taipan, which I had never heard of. So, you know, a little National Geographic moment for us here.
There we go.
And the DHRM guides. Yeah.
So I was looking at the battle. So, yep, just kind of keeping up with the battles in the GTE. Next Level Racing and 24-hour Muglinger were pretty tight together, but Next Level just came in for their, I guess, final pit stop. So probably going to be a very short pit with 18 minutes left. The Juncos car is on his way down to the Ford chicane. And in race looks like that they are clawing that time back as they're dealing with lapping cars. So it would be interesting to see what their what that spread is as they come past the start-finish line.
Yeah, looks like still somewhere around 6 seconds on my gapometer here, Charlie.
There we go.
Yeah, and just want to mention the last couple cars that are still circulating out here. We have Quality Control, who are still running. Mitchell Bott, we had mentioned them earlier. Maybe it's Mitchell Boat, I don't know. Again, apologizing for any potential butcherage. Yeah, and I think they're the last car we're circulating today, right now. And again, a salute to all the competitors in today's race.
Yes, we really appreciate them spending the time out here. We've enjoyed watching it. I know they've enjoyed driving it. Some parts more than others, obviously. I will say that we were talking about the other disconnect for, I believe it was Shawshank Racing. That was Julius Braun, I believe, that had their throughput. So once again, just a horrible way to end the race. Or to be kicked from the race. So we hate to see that, especially this close to the end. Just really, especially when you're battling for positions and points, to see it end like that's just awful.
Right.
So yep, I'm kind of watching the Juncos battle with N-Race and just seeing if the gap's changing. They're coming through Mulsanne 2 down to Mulsanne Corner. So we'll keep an eye on that. That seems to be the probably the biggest battle on track. Still for position, still for the final podium position in GTE. Doesn't appear that there are any other major battles going on, which, you know, is you kind of expect after 24 hours of racing. At stage 1 as they go off track at Arnage.
Yeah, it is that way at this hour of the race. Usually, gaps have been set, and for most of the competitors, it is interesting to watch the Juncos N-Race battle. I would have placed a little more odds if, remember in the F1 race, there's a little likelihood of an overtake meter. I would have put it a little higher a few laps ago, but I would say that the N-Race car has had a little more trouble clawing back the gap than I thought he might. Not sure what that comes down to. there's so many factors at play. You know, each driver's individual concentration level, as well as lap traffic and how that goes. I know earlier in the race when we were watching that battle, there was such it seemed like a lot of lap traffic that the two drivers were dealing with, or lapping cars, as you mentioned. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, we saw that with in race where they were, you know, after Yukos had pitted, they kind of got caught behind another GTE car. I think it was Ronan SimSport at just the wrong time. I mean, it happens. It happens multiple times throughout the race. That you know, you just have to be patient and take your time and lose those couple of seconds, and then hope that you make them back at some other part of the track, because your competitor has the same problem that you do. So I'm looking at Indy Autosport White right now. They have pulled the gap down to under a minute with Drew Becker back in the car, who we spoke to earlier. I think they're probably about to come in for their last
splash and
gasp
dash
of fuel. Looks like they're about lap so lap 10 or 11 of this fuel run, and assuming that he had a full tank when he left, we'll see. And they are coming into the pits now, so this will be a very short pit stop. He comes in right behind the 55 car of TC Corsa Esports in the I believe the LMP2 category. So we'll kind of keep an eye on him as the Fuga team gets to extend that gap a little further. And once again, we are we feel like at 4:12 they've got they're on lap 6 of their fuel run. So with about 15 to 18 minutes worth of racing and 12 minutes left in the race, I feel like they're going to be okay as far as fuel goes. I don't think they'll be coming back in.
Yep, just want to call out that the leading GTE is just exiting the pits as well on their final fuel stop, with Yari Tolgren staying in the car for the last couple minutes of the race.
So for the people who are watching, I think we are going to try and get some interviews with
class
the
winners,
class winners at the end of the race. So we'll pull them in and give them a talk, and let them talk about how good of a job everything went and issues they may have had. So it'll be interesting to hear from them.
Oh, just watching on the stream, a little bit of a coming together with a couple of the GTEs there. Sorry to see that at this point in the race, but you know, people kind of maybe looking for an end to the festivities, looking ahead a little too much.
So we are now at 10 minutes left in this event. I believe, if I remember correctly from doing the 1 hour races here, that if the leader starts the lap under their lap time or qualifying time or something like that, that is the white flag lap. So it's not an extra, I don't think, at the end of that. So, but we'll keep an eye on that. So, but you know, they've big congratulations to all the cars that are still out there running. I mean, it's been a fantastic race to watch and to talk about, and steward a little bit also. Although that's probably not my favorite part of this, but it's been an interesting experience. I know all of us here at V.E.C. have really tried to give them a good, fair race. And once again, it's really a testament to these guys that come out here and do these 24-hour events, because it's even from our side, it's an exhaustive process So
you mean to say exhausting?
Yes,
I think it is
maybe
exhausting as well.
It's just how tired I am. So,
Yeah.
I've really enjoyed it. I've enjoyed doing the broadcast and working with all the guys here at V.E.C. Of course, we got to shout out our sponsors for Unified Potential. I'm sorry, I just screwed their name up. I knew I would do it once during the broadcast. I can't believe I waited till the last 10 minutes. But we really appreciate what they've done for us along with Swindon Care Center. I just had a blast doing it, and it wouldn't be possible without those people behind us. A shout out to you, Colin, for coming in and calling, and also doing a lot of the stewarding. Tom Benloss, our senior race director, who is just, this has been his baby. So I know that he really, really wanted to make this a great event, and I think he's done a fantastic job. We've managed to lose a few of our members over the course of getting all this set up, so it's put a little extra on everybody. But I think myself, Colin, TC Thomas Cope, Tom Benloss, I said, and Josh
Morris.
Josh Morris, my original broadcast partner in crime.
There you go.
And we will be getting a little bit of help back. I think one of our members, Mark Benny, has had real life issues to deal with his job. So I'm sure that once he gets all that straightened out, we'll have him back, and we'll add the Scottish brogue to the broadcast for a little while, which will be fun.
I enjoy it.
So
Right.
Still kind of monitoring the gap. Looks like it may be closing up a little bit, but not to the extent that we thought between Juncos and In Race.
Yeah, I'm seeing 4.4 right now. Sorry, Charlie.
That's okay. With about 6 minutes left in the race, so if In Race is going to make this move, they don't have a lot of time left to make it.
Yep, they may have just decided to kind of run their laps at this point. That said, right now, going through Indianapolis, they see the Juncos car tantalizingly in view, and
right.
We also got Jake Donald in the number in the 8th place Ronin Simsport car. This is keeping up with these guys too. They are probably to some degree doing a little bit of a, let's maintain, make sure we finish after all this time, and hearing the issues maybe through their teammates from the broadcast as we describe other people's issues. This is one of the hardest things, again, finishing these things out when you have a few races to go. I can remember an experience famously on one of the Nürburgring Endurance Series races where I was on the last lap, last sort of straight, and things went all wrong, or the last section, of course, before the back straight, actually.
Yeah, that's got to be just...
It was a heartbreaker.
Hurts your heart, yeah.
Yep. It was like, we weren't winning the race or anything, but it's part of the learning process for me anyway. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but having some heartbreaking finishes.
Yeah. So the last lap for Juncos was a 3:54 dead, and then In Race has no time, so I don't really know. So your gapometer probably is still about 4 seconds based on my eyeball.
Yeah, I'm showing a 3:54.3 from the interval, the race laps interval tracker, which is the place I'm getting these laps when the sim doesn't spit something out. I don't know how accurate it is, but it looks like Thomas may have dropped 30 tenths to 1 in that last lap. That said, the gap is now as low as it's been for a while, 3.5 seconds, and there is 5 minutes left on the race clock, a little less. Seems like there'll be 2 laps more at maximum. I'm not sure that they're going to have enough time.
Right. So I'm assuming that we'll have Tom Benloss back in here with us at the end of the race. So we may can, if we can, we may can get him to do a little technical direction for us, and we'll see if we can zoom in on these class winners, along with getting our our class winners in the broadcast for the chat at the end of the race. So this is the good thing about racing on Saturday and then Sunday is because once we get done with this, I can settle in and watch the F1 event, which looks like it's going to be just all kinds of fun. So I'm looking forward to seeing what
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Mr. Russell can do with that Mercedes.
Yep. Let's not talk about the qualifying result either, because I'm really behind.
Oh, is that right?
Guess what? I've been doing this the whole time that I was awake. So
I understand.
You know.
I did spoil it over the broadcast yesterday because I didn't look the results up. So I do know, but I haven't watched it.
Yeah, you gave your spoiler warning. I mean, I was able to turn down the sound. So
yeah, thank you. So, in race a little wide, coming out of out of Mulsanne corner. So he had to lock them up and break it down. So that's probably going to extend that gap. With about a little under 3 minutes left in the race.
Yeah, we're back to 5 seconds on my interval display. So Thomas is. It looks like he's content to bring it home in fourth. It was a really, really fun battle and the most competitive thing we've had here for the last 20 minutes and longer.
Exactly.
And that's what. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. I was just looking at. We had got a black flag for Josh Ladd. And I'm not really sure which car he's in.
Is he not our friends in the lead LMP2? Let's just take a look at this. They should have a note about what team we're talking about.
Yep.
In this case, maybe give me my Fishback Racing one more time.
Yep, that's them. So that's put they had the time to give up, but looks like they were having some issues toward the end of the race, keeping the car clean. Which it happens. There's some things that you can avoid, some things that you can't. And then, of course, none of us, exception of the couple that are in here, are not professional racers. So, we have to keep it fair. But once again, we're trying to let the cars race. And looks like we are coming up on we're inside the last minute of the race. So when the leader crosses the start-finish line the next time, we should be getting a white flag. We do have another penalty for Yannick Bleach. That name sounds extremely familiar to me.
Yeah, I think it's Blake, but I could be wrong.
You're probably... the German is not my forte, so I will defer. For a black flag also.
Yeah, I think that was the incident we caught a glimpse of on the stream. It looks like the DHR Team Pro car and they came together and there was a sort of a dispute for a piece of racetrack, as happens so often in the series. Having not really seen the incident in detail, I will not make any further comment, but trusting the stewards' vision as they took a look at that.
I just saw Fuga cross the start-finish line, but I do not see a white flag on my screen.
Yeah, we're actually past the 24-minute mark, so the 24-hour mark. Minute. I keep saying that, but I would have to assume that this is the last lap if there is another lap.
I would think so.
Yeah. Well, really exciting here to reach the end of this race for myself as well. You know, doing some broadcasting work like this is something I've always kind of wanted to get into. I don't know if you guys are like me, but every time I'm watching some of the announcers, especially on the U.S. side for open wheel racing, I just kind of want to get a turn because I feel like I could do just as good as them. How many of you feel like you could do better than the announcers and you're noticing more stuff than they are? That's always been me with the real life race broadcast. So it's been really fun to get a chance to do this and to do it with you as well, Charles. I love our complementary styles. As we do it more, we'll learn better not to start a sentence at the same time. You know, it's kind of the rhythm of the thing, and you know, great times. Also, have enjoyed you know, working with Thomas Cope and with Tom Binloss as well through my stints here, and I don't think I got to work with Josh in the announcing booth, but you know, he's been a great presence for the team throughout the event, helping me get through. Together, we got through a 4-hour stint last night in the middle of the night while all the Brits were asleep, and Charles, who's like an honorary Brit in terms of his sleep schedule.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I crashed shortly after I got off my stint last night. So
crash. Now, don't say that. That people might think you were
right. Yeah, I don't want to throw a
broadcast
curse on anybody.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at I'm just looking at the stream on YouTube. Once again, the people that are here, we really appreciate you watching the race. It's still showing green, so maybe the leaders managed to get through before the 24-hour mark. So
yeah, looking at the seconds counter, it looks like there's 45 seconds left in that timer. I'm not sure what that's about. I guess the elapsed time that I'm looking at on the race screen is probably includes the pacing that may have taken place. That's probably what it is. So, looks like 26 seconds left on the official clock. And if I take a look at you know, where the cars are on track, I see SimSport car bouncing wide, going in under the Dunlop Bridge now, but they presumably are now on their last lap.
I haven't seen it yet, so it's kind of still.
We're certainly not going to have time to make it across the line again under green or within the time frame. So
yeah, so I'm just, like I said, I'm kind of yeah, our elapsed time may be based on what I'm looking at on the stream, and I'm sure that there's a bit of a delay. Our winners here just in a few minutes. So through the SimSport still in the lead, and Indy Autosport White, obviously with their issue at the very end of the race, within 2 minutes. So they've acquitted themselves well, even with the problems they had. Just want to go back and look at Juncos coming through Arnage. And in race is just now coming through Indianapolis, so that battle looks to be all but over.
everyone's still got to kind of keep it between the lines, though. He's, you know,
that's right.
This late point. I wouldn't start counting my chickens if I were a driver. I just, you know, it's one of those things. You got to maintain the
It really only takes one spin to change your outlook on life.
That's a good way to put it.
As I'm watching, as V.E.C Sport has made its way through the Porsche curves, now coming down on the run to the Ford chicane, I think for the last time, based on what I'm seeing. Well,
It does say final lap now on the broadcast.
that is it. That is the win for V.E.C Sport.
Well done, guys. Well done.
Congratulations. And Give Me My Fishback Racing has also crossed the start-finish line, so they are the winner, one in the winners in the LMP2 class, and they're doing some donuts into other cars, which is always always fun.
Yep. Luckily, no safety rating to kind of screw everything up for for those
Right.
kind of antics.
Yep.
In this kind of race, which is one of the pluses.
And
now
I'm
we're
watching
focused.
Yari Tallgren and Team Bushfink bringing the car home. It's exiting the Porsche curves now, coming down on the run.
Yep, it's been a great race for those guys. They, like as I said earlier in the broadcast, they really have consolidated their position throughout the race. Have driven a pretty much flawless race from a car contact perspective, driving what seems like a pristine
And they have crossed. Yep,
automobile.
they've crossed the start-finish line, so they are the winners in the GTE class.
Great job, guys. Great job.
So congratulations to all our winners in each particular class. We saw some, even at the very end, there were some extremely interesting battles. Just amazing racing all the way around. It's been extremely fun to be a part of this and to watch it. So I think we'll hopefully be getting some of our winning car drivers or managers in the broadcast chat here in just a minute, so we can do some interviews and let these guys talk about their races.
Yeah, let's just recap the podium in each class.
Sure.
We have V.E.C Sport having taken the win here, as with Indy Autosport White in second, and Freedom Maple Syrup taking third. All of these cars battled for the lead the entire race long, so a well-deserved podium for each. The LMP2 class was won by Give Me My Fishback Racing, which, as we heard in our interview, is inspired by Jeremy, blanking on his last name, but the TV show host for the famous British Autosport show. Second place taken by Leo Racing.
Clarkson.
Yeah, Jeremy Clarkson, exactly. It's a quote from one of the shows. A Quiver Motorsport taking third place there after a long race for them. Well, a good race, but they were even fighting for the lead earlier on in the race. GTE Class 3, Team Bushfink, as we have highlighted, drove a magnificent race. Porsche Sport took the second place honors, and Juncos Racing Esports finished in third. Great job, guys.
Congratulations, yeah. And that was an amazing battle to watch at the end between Juncos and In-Race Esports for that final podium spot. And we are joined in the broadcast booth by our senior race director, Mr. Tom Benloss. Tom.
Hello. How's it going?
How are you? Good. We had a very interesting last couple of hours.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit of a fulfilled one, shall I say, for us at the in the stewards box. So
Yeah, it seemed like a flurry of incidents. As people, I think their endurance in this endurance race was reaching its limits.
yeah, I think there was towards the end a few more came out from a few teams. It's a bit of a shame to see, but we did kind of expect it at that point. Obviously teams are pushing at this point to do their best, which is understandable.
That's right, and we did see a few unfortunate disconnections during the last hour. That was a shame. Both the Indy Autosport White, which definitely affected the race for the win overall, and the Shawshank Racing Group also had a disconnect.
Yeah, that was a real shame to see Indy Autosport White go from there. I'm not entirely sure what happened.
Loki Brown had a manual disconnect. He throughputed. I'm sorry, not manual disconnect. He throughputed. So that was, So
bit of a shame.
It really was.
That's a big shame.
But it's been overall a magnificent event. Any reflections at this point, or are you just kind of too exhausted to process a cogent answer on that? I'm kind of getting to that stage myself.
I think I'm definitely getting there. Obviously, it's been a bit of an eventful race for us. There's been a lot of disagreements in terms of what's gone on and what's decisions been made. But hopefully, we're going to come back to this next race with some fresh ideas and some new things in place to just really improve on what we've got here. We've had some great feedback on certainly this broadcast as well as some of the racing. So I think we've had a good start, and I'm excited to see where things will be towards the end of the season.
Great, Tom. And I think that the team has done a tremendous job, having been involved with virtual motorsports for a while in terms of the organizational part. I know it's always difficult. I know the steward's job is generally a thankless one. And the way I see it, the stewarding is a kind of a necessary evil. You have to have it. Is it always perfect? I don't think there's any steward in any series in the history of motorsports that really could be, that every team would agree it was always fair, quote unquote. And that's because our hearts are wrapped up in our results. And I would just encourage everybody to kind of disassociate their race experience from the part that, is, you don't want to, the stewarding decisions are unpleasant for somebody off most of the time. And that's just the nature of it. Let's not focus too much on that. Let's focus on the great racing and the great competition.
Yeah, like I said, there's been a lot, and I think ultimately, when you're giving someone a penalty, that is going to be at the very best one person upset because they're going to be receiving a penalty, and oftentimes the person who has reported the issue and they're seeing the penalty feels it's not good enough. So it is a tough job, and I hope that some new things we're going to put in place are going to help that. It's just something we're going to have to see, but like I say, I'm very hopeful for the next race. I think we're going to get some things in place, and it's going to be a really promising thing to watch.
Exciting. Yeah,
completely agree. So we do have a couple of people waiting in the driver interview room. So we want to bring one of these guys in. We talk to him real quick.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
I'm going to jump out and just and give him a chat, and I'll bring him in.
Great. Yep, really excited here for the end of the event overall. I still see on the replay folks doing donuts out there behind the
That's always good to see, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of joy here, Tom, as well as obviously frustration from teams that may not have done as well as they had hoped. It's a hard thing. But we'll move on, and as you say, work to make things better. Which is
absolutely. So guys, we got Carter Hutcherson in here with us from Team Bushfink Racing. Hey Carter, congratulations on your win in class. How was the race for you guys?
Yeah, the race was really good. We played it out as a 24-hour race. There were a couple teams that were far faster than us in those Corvettes, but the team held it together, and I have to give a massive shout out to all of our drivers whom just drove it like a 24-hour race, didn't worry about the sprint race aspect of it, and just kept putting down laps. So, for the most part, it was pretty, in a sense, it was pretty boring, but, it feels good to come out on top.
Yeah, we saw you guys in the lead of the race for so much of it. And interesting that the Porsches are 1, 2, 3 in this event. Any reflection on why that is, given what you mentioned about the Corvette's straight line speed, perhaps, or overall speed?
Yeah, I think for the most part, it was just a factor of getting lucky in a sense. Most of those Corvettes, like you said, are faster. They have the fuel advantage. So, in a sense, I think the Porsches just survived because we got lucky. I don't think there was anything really to the car being safer. I know the Corvettes on certain setups like CSS have some kind of questionable brakes. I know for some of our drivers, it's a lot more of a struggle to get used to that car. So I honestly, I personally, I think the Porsche is a safer car, but in most sense, I think we just got lucky in Porsche going 1, 2, and 3 in a sense, and then I think it's Ford and Ferrari or something like that. I think it's just a luck of the draw there.
A little bizarre with the vet actually performing probably having the lowest to highest finish, if you follow me, and yet fielding half of the cars in class. So, great teams make a big difference, and you guys definitely proved that today.
Yeah, it was spectacular. I just got to give a big shout out to you guys. I mean, you guys took a lot of flack in general chat and you dealt with it like professionals. So I'm really excited to see where the rest of the series goes, and just can't thank you guys enough for your time and how professionally you dealt with everything. Really good.
Y'all got any sponsors you want to shout out before you get off here?
Probably want to shout out, Team Bushfink Racing. Obviously, all the guys over there. We put in more work than we ever had for this event. Everyone came together really well. We had some arguments about setup changes and stuff, but at the end of the day, we're all gentlemen, and we're gonna have a good time figuring it out. I think another one that we want to thank is Blue Henco. It's one of our founders' companies. It's a consulting firm. And then another one is Raccoon IT. It's Rickard Allard's IT consulting company, and Swedish Rink Designs. So I want to give a massive shout out to them. They're always there to support us. And the last one would be Craig's Setup Shop. Just always been he was on the team when it was first founded, a longtime member, and can't thank him enough for providing setups, etc. So yeah, that's all I want to thank, and you guys, obviously.
Hey, we appreciate it. We've enjoyed calling the race. As for me personally, not so much stewarding, but I've enjoyed watching the racing. It's been just, even up until the last few minutes of the race, there were battles all over the track, and it was amazing to watch. And you guys deserve the victory for perseverance.
Yeah, it's a 24 event. It's not a VRS or a VRS sprint race. So just got to play it that way moving forward.
Great.
All right.
Great. Yeah. Thanks, you guys, for joining.
Hey, thanks,
thank
Carter.
you
We
guys.
appreciate it. All right.
No, talk soon. Have a good evening, guys.
All right, you too.
Bye.
Bye.
Awesome. That was Carter Hutcherson with Team Bushfink Racing. So let me go grab the next guy, and I'll be right back.
See who's next.
Yep. And we have Adam State in here with Give Me My Fish Back Racing.
Afternoon, guys.
Hey, good afternoon. Congratulations on your class win.
Cheers. It was a long race out there. Certainly a tough one, but car pulled through. Shame it was a bit messy towards the end, but just have to take that on a bit of inexperience from one of our guys, and just kind of being a bit tired towards the end of the race.
I feel like with Adam's accent, we need to have Tom interviewing him. They speak the same language. So any major issues throughout the race, or were we pretty clean throughout?
No, it was pretty clean. I think that's kind of what helped us kind of get into the position we managed to kind of keep for most of the race. It was just keep it clean, and it seemed everyone just had little issues and problems, and the less we stayed in the pits, it seemed the better chance we had of keeping out in front.
Sure, and earlier on in the race, we saw you guys kind of trading the lead with maybe the guys in Aquifer. There was one other team up there with you guys that I'm slipping my mind. But any reflections on the early part of the race in that battle?
It was great to just have a proper ding-dong battle. It was just we were probably having to push each other hard, and at the same time trying to keep the fuel savings and the strategy, because we had to try and hit the 10-lap mark. And it was just a proper battle, and couldn't have asked for a better race with those guys. They were great to race with.
Fantastic. And what next for you guys? What other series are you maybe running, or what are you guys looking forward to the next race here?
So now we're just going to focus on V.E.C, and then after that, just see what it brings. We're kind of the mixed match of drivers from different teams, just having a bit of fun. So maybe just see where it takes us after V.E.C.
Sure. Excellent. Do you have any sponsors you want to shout out?
Not on this team, but just appreciate all the help from my teammates and just the rest of the guys.
Outstanding. Well, congratulations on your class win, and we look forward to seeing what you do in Barcelona in a month.
Cheers, guys. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Great. Congrats.
All right, let me go grab one more, and we'll be finishing this
Our
up.
overall winner.
Yep. We are in here now with Patrick Pelchat of Fuga Simsport, the overall race winner. Congratulations, Patrick. You and Indy Autosport White had a pretty tremendous battle during the course of the night.
Yes, we did. We didn't believe winning this race was even something possible. Indy had a huge lead over us, and we had a huge effort from all the team trying to catch them, but it was not looking good in the last few hours of the race. What happened to them is a shame, honestly, because they deserved that win because they honestly had a better race than we did. But I'm very glad, actually, from the effort from the team was amazing to get the result we got today.
Yeah, as it came down to the final hour or so, we thought it was going to be an issue of kind of fuel stops as well. You guys were running quite closely together there. Is that the way you guys saw it also? Or was
yes.
it also pace?
Yeah, by the end, it was looking like they were not going to have to do splash and dash at the end. And we were going to have to do an extra pit stop. So, as I said, it was not looking good for us. It just like unfortunate what happened to them. But that's the reason why we finished first today.
Yes, the way I liken it to kind of when in real life, sometimes these cars just shut down out there on the racetrack. That's the only way I can make any sort of sense of it in the framework of our virtual world here. But you guys had, as you said, a tremendous race. Can you kind of talk us through some of the early parts of the race? How did things feel at the 6-hour, 12-hour, 18-hour mark for you guys? And when did you feel like you were going to be on the podium and have a chance to win?
So Pierre and Rick started a race. They were hovering between P1 and P3. At some point, we had an incident in the Porsche curves with a car, and we hit the wall, and our stink was bent all the way from that part of the race. I think it was between the 6th and the 12th hour. So I was finishing another race in another league, and when I got in the car, the stink was bent. It was not looking good. But then we pushed forward, but never expected the result we got, honestly. We just, I think it's a good perseverance effort from all the team and not giving up, I think.
Yeah, as we reflect back on the early part of the race, a salute out to Freedom Maple Syrup, who just seemed to be in control for quite a while. But it's a long race, and the whole race has to be run. So
Yeah,
It's
exactly. They
great.
were in control of the race and everything. So yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So you guys will be back, I assume, for the next round. Looking forward to
Yes.
Barcelona.
Yes, for sure. We'll be back in full swing and more prepared than ever.
Fantastic.
Absolutely. Patrick, thank you for coming in, sitting in with the interview, and congratulations on the win. And we'll be looking forward to seeing what transpires in Barcelona in a month.
Yeah.
Well,
Any
thank you very
sponsors?
much, guys.
Any sponsors to call out at all?
I think just the whole team, all the team members, everyone that put efforts in practice and set up work. I think we spent a lot of time for that race. Just Fuga Sim Sport in general, and the organization of the Virtual Endurance Championship. It's a fresh new championship, but I think the organization behind it is great, and I'm really looking forward completing the season with you guys.
Yep. Great.
Awesome. Thank you. Hey, Patrick, thank you. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
And we actually have one more in the waiting room. So I think they want to talk to us. So
I think Ryan may be from Porsche Sport, but let's check.
That is correct. It's Porsche Sport. Be right back. And we have Ryan Parkins from Porsche Sport. Ryan, congratulations on your P2 in class. Looked like you had I would say, a uneventful race, but I don't think any of these 24-hour races are uneventful.
Yeah, it was. It was eventful in places. We had some small moments, but nothing too crazy. But we managed to bring it in with no damage. We had a few off tracks. We just kept it really consistent and just kept pushing. But yeah, we were pushing for a 15-lap stint. The regular run is like 14 laps, so 15 laps in GTE. We're pushing, so crossing the line with 1 lap to go. Might not have enough fuel, but yeah, the team worked really hard, and we're really happy with P2 actually.
That's great. We're happy to see it. We talked about, I think, it's an initial part of the broadcast. We mentioned that you guys were probably not the fastest on paper. I think you qualify a little bit lower than your finishing position, but the same thing you did in our practice event. You just stayed consistent and came through the field and worked your way up to the front.
Yeah, well, actually, qualifying, I think it was the track was really hot. Obviously, we're talking about 24 hours ago, but the track was really,
it was
really hot.
40C at the start of the race. So
Yeah, exactly, and it was fresh, and I think a bit nervous. I'd done the qualifying. I lost 4.5 tenths on my fastest lap. Had a bit of traffic, and I had a small lockup, but otherwise that would have put us P3. So I think pace-wise we would actually been quite good, but we had a bit of trouble coming through traffic and just the general chaotic nature of a start of a 24-hour race, of trying to have patience and resilience to not make mistakes and to just keep ploughing through and trying to get through the first few hours unscathed. But luckily we done the whole 24 hours unscathed, so we're really chuffed.
Fantastic job, guys. Yeah, I mean it's a long race, as you said. You guys have a very strong team overall, it seems, and Porsche seems to have really done well here with a 1-2-3 in the series. While everyone's talking about, seems like it's not the favored car here at Le Mans. Any comment on that?
Yeah, I think the BOP can be quite strange. Yeah, because of recent the Porsche in the summer, it wasn't very strong. But I think the setup on here, we've worked really hard on it. We've really been tweaking it a lot, and it's just comfortable and easy to drive at this stage. But yeah, have to see what the other guys are doing. But I know like the Corvette could like do 16 laps. Whereas the Porsche was really, you wouldn't make it. But I think it's really good, well balanced car, it's lovely, and we're Porsche Sport, so have to be in the Porsche, which is not a bad thing.
Well, yeah, you guys are not going to be switching marks. That's for sure. But we noticed that again, the best they could do was a sixth with the Ford and another car in front of it. So there we go. So fantastic. Congrats on your result. And we'll see you at the next round in Barcelona, I presume?
Yeah, we're going to come back, yeah. So, yeah, we've got to work out teams, work out who's going to be the fastest and what we can do for that. That'd be quite interesting. Yeah, looking forward to it. And obviously, thanks to you guys. You know, I know you've been broadcasting for the whole time, and that's hard on its own. I'm sure everyone's had hiccups.
Yeah.
But
Well, thank
that's
you.
really tough to go and do.
Well,
And also,
we're doing just like you. We're coming in for pit stops and changing drivers, and so it's we're not here the entire 24 hours, but we enjoy it. We're all racing fans. We all run iRacing, so anytime that we can do an event like this and then get to talk about it and watch some really amazing drivers driving this track, we'll be here. So. So you have sponsors you want to talk about?
yeah, before that, I just want to say thank you to you guys, organisers, and all the class winners. Bushfink done a great job today, really with GT Fields. They really smashed it. And yeah, Strasser, Porsche Sport, all of our guys, Smokers of Garage, Sharky Bikes, and the rest I can't remember right now. But yeah. I'll talk to you next round. We'll win the next one, and we'll let you know.
Oh, well, yeah.
I'll
Good
remember them more.
Aim high. You're not first in the championship right now, so you got one more step to climb.
Watch this space.
Oh, there we go.
Thanks. Have a great day, Ryan.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. So it looks like we have one more in the waiting room. Bruno from
Daniel
Juncus.
Bonaviri from Juncus. So we'll go grab him real quick.
Great.
And we have Bruno Daniel Bonaviri with Juncos. I believe this Juncos. Is that right?
Yes, Juncos Racing eSports.
All right. Hey, congratulations on your P3 in class. We saw you guys and in race toward the end of the race had a pretty amazing battle. We really enjoyed watching it. It was very close for the last I say up until the last 10 minutes or so of the race.
Yes, it was a thought battle. We had our car with little damage, so we will lose final straight speed. And well, the guys from N-Race eSports were catching us. It was an intense battle, but well, we could finish P3.
Yeah, very exciting. Very exciting to watch Juan kind of deal with that, and then I guess a little bit of the last section of the race, you guys were helped because I think you were on a slightly later pit stop, and so maybe your last stop was just more of a splash. Is that right?
Yes, we have a fuel advantage. We could do 17 laps, and I think the 4 GTE ran on the fuel, so that helped us a lot.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, but we really enjoyed watching the race. Like I said, you did a great job to bring it home on the podium for your class. You have sponsors you want to shout out?
First of all, congratulations to all the drivers. It was a really nice race. And thanks to everyone who joined. Our team is starting this endurance journey, so we are very happy. Thanks to everyone.
And I know from the broadcasters and the organizers of V.E.C, we're very happy to have Juncos in here. So we're looking forward to see if you can move up the ladder a little bit in the next race in Barcelona.
Of course, we will be there fighting for another. I hope we can win.
Yeah. Well, it was great watching you guys, and yeah, very exciting to have Juncos aboard. I followed the team, here in the U.S. motorsports scene. Obviously, I'm a huge IndyCar fan and Indy Lights, so familiar with the team, and great to have you guys.
Thanks a lot. It was really nice. The organization was great. I think everyone enjoy a lot the race.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's
So
good.
see, at this point, I get to say what they do with the F1. So at this point, you get to say something in your native language. So go, Bruno.
Thanks a lot. Bueno,
Thank
a
you.
todos los que estén escuchando en español, muchas gracias por seguirnos, por apoyarnos. Estamos desde Junco Racing eSports, con base en Estados Unidos de Junco Racing. Y bueno, primer podio para mí y un par de chicos más del equipo. Y bueno, la verdad que muy contento del resultado. Vamos por la próxima.
Bruno, thanks for stopping in with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Great. Have a nice day.
Have a good one. Have a good day.
See you.
All right. That's been really good to hear. Kind of the reactions of all these drivers at the front end of the field. Obviously, it's been a long race, and the feeling when you finish on the podium in one of these races is definitely a great feeling. Feels like all the effort was worth it. But we also want to shout out everybody who participated, everybody who persisted through all the challenges of this. One of our interviewees kind of gave a fantastic quote, and that was Reggie Robertson from Freedom Maple Syrup, just that the race is not really against the other competitors, but more against yourself and the track. And I think that's what gets us through those challenges, is just, the desire to challenge ourselves in these virtual race cars.
Absolutely. Hey, Tom, are you back with us?
I am indeed, yes.
Okay. You have any final thoughts before we wrap this up?
I think there's been it's been a very long 24, 25 hours for us, and I want to give a massive thanks to you guys, as well as everybody who's been helping with the stewards and the broadcast team. It's not something I could have done without any of you guys, and I'm very thankful for it. I also want to say, obviously, a massive congratulations to the teams who won their classes, as well as everybody, really. There's been a brilliant caliber of racing. There have obviously been a few less than brilliant parts, but overall, very impressed, and I'm really looking forward to Barcelona. I also want to give a huge thank you to our series sponsors, Unified Potential and Swindon Care Centre, without whom we definitely wouldn't be able to do this.
Absolutely.
And of course, also thank you to you, the viewers, for staying tuned in. I've been keeping an eye on it and noticed obviously a few people in the chat consistently, which has been really kind of humbling and great to watch.
Yeah, we got a good group, and we were getting some good information from them during the race, also.
Yep, absolutely, and it's the interactivity is welcome, and glad to have everybody tuning in. We had, I saw over 100 people, I think, in the beginning section of the race, and even 40 folks at the end. The hardcore guys,
the hardcore guys, yeah, that are here for the entire thing. I think Tom said that we had over 1,000 views for our first segment, so I think that's been fantastic. So I guess I can, if you don't mind, I will wrap this puppy up and say, for everybody here at V.E.C, we'd like to thank again our sponsors, Unified Potential and Swindon Care Centers. For my broadcast partner today, Colin Tabor. Yesterday, Josh Morris. Tom Benloss, our senior race director. Thomas Cope, one of our stewards and broadcasters. And all the rest of the V.E.C people. We want to thank you very, very much for tuning in to the event. We've had an amazing time broadcasting it. This is our first full 24-hour broadcast, so we hope we've done a good job. We will be looking to see you again on January 9th, 2021, which I hope is better than 2020, for the 12-hour event at Barcelona. And once again, for everybody here at V.E.C, thank you very much for tuning in, and we appreciate your time, and have a great day, and go George Russell.
Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With Move Up, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders: regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use Move Up just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose Move Up? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
What if I come home and no one's through my front door? What if I come home and there's a mess everywhere? What if I come home and tears flood the floor?
No one understands the struggle and stress I shoulder. No one understands I have the trials of someone much older.
No one understands why my homework's late, why my mascara's smudged, or why I'm not perfect.
No one understands why I can't have guests, why I miss school, or why I look like I need a rest.
No one likes a kid who's always behind. Nobody gets the effort needed to keep up. They mock and scorn with ignorance in their minds.
Everyone looks down on me. They think I'm quite odd. But in fairness, me crying is all they see.
But everyone really should look up to me. Having responsibilities bigger than imagined, not knowing my cared one is my priority.
Patience. If you give me the chance to say, patience is all I crave, and you'll come to understand that my pain is every day.
It's not my fault that I am left out the group and that I always worry. No one knows the struggle and stress that we all carry.
The Swindon Carers Centre, we're here to support young carers to carry the weight of their caring role.
Someone is there for us to speak to. Someone understands what we all go through. To everyone at Swindon Carers, thank you.